flexibility. In April 1943, although still treating Giroux with disdain, all France is with me. Giroux should look out. Even if he eventually goes to France victorious but without me, they will fire upon him. 52. He invited Giroux to a meeting, which finally materialized on May 31. There he accepted the principle of joint leadership that he had rejected a few months earlier and proposed a committee consisting of 2 chairmen, himself as head of the political department, and Giroux as head of the military. Over it would be a French Committee of National Liberation, CFLN, composed of 3 individuals appointed by de Gaulle, 3 by the Algerian authorities, and 3 by Giroux. It was a daring gambit by de Gaulle, based on the conviction that his superior governance skills would convince the members of the CFLN, appointed by Algerian authorities, to back him in the long run. 53. And indeed, within the CFLN's overall framework, de Gaulle's structural proposal having been accepted, he outmaneuvered the older, far less subtle general. Ultimately, Giroux's military command became subordinate to the nominal civilian control of the committee, presenting the Allies with the fait accompli of a unified French authority. In the process, a new defense committee was created, with de Gaulle at the helm, to oversee military operations, effectively pushing Giroux into staff status. 54. De Gaulle himself would later describe Giroux's political collapse thus: it was therefore inevitable that Giroux should find himself gradually isolated and rejected, until the day when, walled within limitations, he did not accept and, moreover, deprived of the external supports which were the source of his dizzying ambitions, he determined to resign. 55. Subtly and ruthlessly, with infinite self-belief and patience, de Gaulle deprived Giroux of any pathway to authority and transformed the CFLN itself into the foundation of the eventual Republican government of France. Under de Gaulle's leadership, the CFLN in Algiers proceeded to outline the institutions that would govern France's internal and foreign affairs after liberation, forestalling an Anglo-Saxon trusteeship. A June 1944 CFLN ordinance established special courts to conduct jury trials, unusual in the French civil law tradition, of Nazi collaborators after liberation. Only citizens with proof of national sentiments, or an unvarnished war record approved by the local liberation committee, would be eligible to serve as jurors. 56. From the beginning, de Gaulle's proto-state took the form of a strong executive aided by advisory councils with limited power, all of which reported to de Gaulle, thus making him the obvious leader of a future government. In his dealings with Roosevelt and Churchill, de Gaulle acted as if he were already a head of government and never lost sight of the mission, whose major task would come after victory. By the time the British and American allies landed in metropolitan France in June 1944, the penurious, unrecognized junior general of June 1940 had become the unchallenged leader of the Allies' French contingent and of the potential government. Achieving political power. The test would come when the Western Allies carried out the liberation of France, which they had promised Stalin at the Tehran summit in late 1943. In the prelude to the June 1944 landings on the French coast of Normandy, de Gaulle concentrated on avoiding civil war between his forces and the political forces inside France representing the resistance. This was all the more important because his American and British partners, though they reluctantly accepted his control of the existing French army, were not yet prepared to treat him as their equal in the future governance of France. Both Roosevelt and, to a lesser extent, Churchill strove to reserve the ultimate decision on this matter until the conclusion of the war. Roosevelt shared his prediction of France's Political evolution with Secretary of War Henry L. Stimson, de Gaulle will crumble. Other parties will spring up as the liberation goes on. And de Gaulle will become a very little figure. 57. Despite de Gaulle's triumphs in rallying the French overseas empire to his side, and in overcoming Giroud's challenge to his leadership, free French control over metropolitan France was anything but foreordained. The Vichy authorities had enjoyed considerable popular support at the beginning of the German occupation. Internal resistance groups had not begun to organize themselves into larger units until the Allies landed in North Africa. Among the resistance forces, the Communists were the best organized. The socialist presence was also significant. In the end, the various internal groups never coalesced under a single command. De Gaulle's nightmare was that Allied forces entering France might form a transitional government and fulfill Roosevelt's prediction. It was therefore essential that he appear in France at the earliest opportunity, before such a government could be established, and in Paris as a national figure transcending the divisions of the Third Republic. On June 6, 1944, American and British forces landed in Normandy, soon establishing beachheads 100 kilometers long and 25 kilometers deep. 6 weeks would pass before sufficient Allied forces could assemble before breaking through determined German resistance. De Gaulle would not wait that long to begin establishing his authority. From the day of the landing, he insisted on visiting recaptured territory. Churchill reluctantly agreed to a visit to the British sector, instructing the British Commander-General Montgomery that he welcomed de Gaulle not at the airfield on French soil but at British headquarters. This slight turned out to be useful to de Gaulle's purpose, which was to establish his personal political presence. On June 14, after a brief visit to British headquarters, he set out for Bayeux, the largest town, pop 15,000, in British captured territory. There, de Gaulle refused a glass of champagne from the Vichy sub-prefect still in place, greeted the local Vichy dignitaries aloofly and proceeded to the center square for his main purpose, which was to deliver his first speech on the soil of metropolitan France. In the shadow of Bayeux's magnificent medieval cathedral, he addressed the assemblage as if they had been members of the French resistance through the entire war. You have never stopped fighting since the beginning of the war, and as if he had the legitimacy to give them orders. We will continue to wage war with our forces of land, sea, and air as we do today in Italy, where our soldiers have covered themselves with glory, as they will do tomorrow in metropolitan France. Our empire, fully gathered around us, provides tremendous help. I promise you that we will continue the war until the sovereignty of every inch of French territory is restored. No one will stop us from doing it. We will fight alongside the Allies as an ally. And the victory we will win will be the victory of freedom and the victory of France. 58. There was no mention of the British troops who had actually liberated Bayeux or of the American forces that had suffered many of the casualties in the landing. De Gaulle was seeking to transform, in the minds of his listeners, what was essentially an Anglo-American expedition into a singular French victory. In visiting Bayeux, he sought not so much to claim the nation's territory as to summon its spirit. Not for the last time, he strove to persuade his listeners to accept as gospel an account bearing little relation to reality. De Gaulle concluded his visit with a supremely political gesture. Taking his leave of Montgomery, he remarked almost casually that some of his party were staying behind. Montgomery reported the episode, adding, I have no idea what is their function. But de Gaulle did, they were to establish his authority by means of a new civil government. 59. In the following 2 months, de Gaulle sought to reinforce his position among the Allies and visited Rome to meet French troops from Algeria that had joined the Allied Italian campaign. Afterward he paid his first visit to Washington to improve relations with his American ally. Barely 4 weeks were left to prepare for the culmination of 3 years of turmoil and hope and ambition, to be accepted as the incarnation of French political legitimacy on French soil. Paris was the only place where this could be achieved, and only in retrospect does his triumph there appear inevitable. He had no military force of his own. The Free French forces that, courtesy of General Omar Bradley, had taken the lead in the final approach to Paris were under Allied command. The resistance was by then strong enough to fight the German occupying forces on its own. Nevertheless, de Gaulle came not to celebrate their victory over the Germans but to proclaim his mission. After his arrival by car in Paris on August 26, 1944, he stopped at Gare Montparnasse, where the resistance had accepted the surrender of the German occupation forces in the city, to thank General Leclerc of the Free French Division. From there, he moved to the office at the Defense Ministry where he had served as Under-Secretary for exactly 5 days before exiling himself to London. He found that not a piece of furniture, not even a curtain, had been moved since his departure. De Gaulle treated the intervening 4 years as an ellipsis in French history. He would write in his memoirs, "Nothing was missing except the state. It was my duty to restore it." 60. To symbolize the continuity of French history, de Gaulle's next stop was the Hôtel de Ville, seat of the Paris city government, because both the Second and Third Republics had been proclaimed there. 61. Many expected him to proclaim a Fourth Republic, ending the Third, which had lost the war. But that would have been the opposite of his design. When Georges Bidault, the titular head of the resistance, inquired whether de Gaulle would proclaim a republic during his Paris visit, he replied curtly, "The republic has never ceased to exist. Why should I proclaim it?" 62. His intention was to create a new political reality for the French people before proclaiming its nature. De Gaulle was greeted at the Hôtel de Ville with emotional speeches by Bidault and Georges Marain, vice president of the Parisian Liberation Committee and a high-ranking member of the Communist Party. He responded with a moving statement about the meaning of the day. "How can one hide the emotion that grips all of us, who are here, chez nous, in Paris, which has risen up to defend itself and which has done so by itself? No. We will not hide this sacred and profound emotion. There are moments which go beyond each of our poor lives. Paris. Paris. Outraged. Paris broken. Paris martyred. But Paris liberated. Liberated by itself, liberated by its people with the help of the armies of France, with the help and assistance of the whole of France, of that France which fights, of the only France, of the true France, of eternal France." 63. The extraordinary metaphysical elevation of de Gaulle's oratory expressed his faith in the singularity of his country. The Allied armies at the gates of Paris, which had graciously stepped aside to permit the Free French to enter before them, were not mentioned. Nor were Britain and the United States, though they had been fighting the war with enormous losses and sacrifices. The liberation of Paris was treated as a purely French achievement. By proclaiming it to be so, he was persuading his listeners that it was so, the creation of political reality by sheer force of will. This seeming lack of gratitude to the liberators and obsessional emphasis on the alleged French role reflected another purpose. De Gaulle was only too aware that much of the French population had adjusted to the occupation. Emphasizing that period would have disclosed too many ambivalences, while stressing the role of the American and British forces would have impeded his ultimate purpose of restoring France's faith in itself. A parade down the Champs-Élysées, unprecedented in scale and perhaps never equaled in French history for its fervor, sealed de Gaulle's legitimacy. It provided the first opportunity for Parisians to see the physical embodiment of what had previously been but a voice on the BBC. The crowds, enthusiastic and emotional, observed an unusually tall officer walking on the long route from the Arc de Triomphe to the Place de la Concorde, with his delegate for Paris on his right and Vidal on his left. De Gaulle strode a half-step ahead, obviously moved, though rarely smiling, occasionally shaking a few hands. At the Place de la Concorde, the crowd was so thick that he had to be driven the rest of the way to Notre Dame. At both places, sniper fire rang out. As during later assassination attempts, and as previously in war, de Gaulle made no move to protect himself and forbore commenting. The unflinching physical courage he displayed in those days helped to cement his leadership of France. The resistance was quickly folded into the new provisional government. In private conversation the week following the liberation of Paris, de Gaulle abruptly cut off one former resistor who prefaced a comment with the resistance by responding, "We have moved beyond the resistance. The resistance is finished. The resistance must now be integrated into the nation." 64. 2 years earlier, in a speech at London's Royal Albert Hall in 1942, when he was still establishing himself, de Gaulle had cited the 18th century aphorist Nicholas Chamfort, "The reasonable have survived. The passionate have lived, that is, fulfilled themselves." He then declared that the free French would prevail because they carried within them the two French qualities of reason and passion. In his own case, reason was responsible for the callousness with which he ignored some of those who had fought on his side. Passion prevailed in the parade down the Champs-Élysées and the Mass at Notre Dame. By September 9, de Gaulle had formed a new cabinet under his authority as president of the provisional government. Longtime Free French associates, experienced Third Republic politicians unblemished by Vichy service, communists, Christian Democrats, former resistance leaders and technocrats were all persuaded to join this government of national unity. The stern manner in which de Gaulle opened the first cabinet meeting, the government of the Republic, modified in its composition, continues, reflected his conviction that, without the state, there would be only chaos. 65. Convinced that France's divisions had caused its decline, de Gaulle was determined that his country begin the post-war period with a unity worthy of its historic grandeur. A visit to Moscow. The events of August 26 had, in effect, marked the coronation of a Republican monarch, rejecting any form of Allied occupation authority. In France, de Gaulle's provisional government established order with remarkable swiftness. He balanced popular and judicial reprisals against Vichy leaders and Nazi sympathizers with a liberal use of the power of pardon. Though earlier having striven to build up the political components of the resistance, now he insisted on a strong presidential system that would transcend the divisive partisanship of the late Third Republic. With his authority in France established, de Gaulle left for Moscow. On November 24, only 3 months after the liberation of Paris. "Let us hope there is no revolution," he deadpanned only half jocularly upon departure. 66 German forces still occupied parts of Alsace and Lorraine. War still raged on French soil, the tasks of reconstruction were daunting. A new German invasion, the Ardennes offensive, was imminent though unperceived by Allied generals. De Gaulle saw France's re-entry into international diplomacy as a vital step toward the consolidation of his domestic authority, as well as for the moral regeneration of the nation. France's defeat in 1940 had left it sidelined in international diplomacy. It had been excluded from the Tehran Conference in 1943, when Churchill, Roosevelt and Stalin had settled on the strategy of the war. It would be similarly absent from the Yalta and Potsdam conferences in 1945, which established the structure of post-war Europe. De Gaulle could not restore France's influence if he behaved as a supplicant seeking admission to international conferences. He had to demonstrate to Britain and the US that France was an autonomous actor with independent choices for whose goodwill it was important to contend. If France were to rejoin the first tier of international diplomacy, it would have to create its own opportunities. Beginning with his daring mission to Moscow to parley with Stalin. Before this visit, Churchill and American diplomats such as Avril Harriman and Wendell Willkie had flown the northern route to Murmansk when seeking conferences with Stalin. But de Gaulle had no plane suitable for that route and no fighters with the range to act as escort. He chose instead to travel a circuitous route by French plane via Cairo and Tehran to Baku on the Caspian Sea, followed by a 5-day journey in a special train, provided by Stalin, across a landscape devastated by the Battle of Stalingrad and the fighting around Moscow. The discomfort of the journey was a price worth paying. It enabled de Gaulle to discuss with the Soviet autocrat the post-war peace settlement before the next Anglo-American meeting with him, and to do so as the representative of a power in its own right. He thus became the first Allied leader to discuss the post-war settlement with Stalin. When he reached the Kremlin, the main subject of conversation was the post-war structure of Europe. Stalin left no doubt that his objective was the domination of Eastern Europe. He proposed that France recognize the Lublin government, which he had established in Soviet-occupied Poland as an eventual successor to the internationally recognized Polish government in support of whose territorial integrity Britain had declared war on Germany in 1939. De Gaulle evaded the request by saying he needed to learn more about the Lublin government, implying that its endorsement by the Soviet Union alone was insufficient for recognition by France, but also that, for an appropriate return, it was a goal not impossible for Stalin to achieve. In his turn, de Gaulle put forward his own proposal for Central Europe, which amounted to a reversal of 200 years of European history. As he saw it, the German territories west of the Rhine should be ceded to France, including the Saar region, a major coal-producing area, and parts of the Ruhr industrial region. In the reconstituted Germany, Bavaria would become the largest state and Prussia would be dissolved. Its major portion assigned to the restructured province of Hanover. De Gaulle made no mention of consulting his allies, and Stalin undoubtedly understood that the Americans and the British would never agree to such an upheaval in the map of Europe. So he replied that he needed to discuss the proposal with the British, for whose sensibilities he had not previously demonstrated any special concern. But by omitting any reference to the United States, Stalin also implied that a separate European deal excluding the US might be available. In the end, the two leaders settled for a mutual assistance pact aimed at deterring post-war German aggression, but, in a startling additional clause, pledged joint action if either side, after taking all necessary Measures to eliminate any new threat from Germany were to be invaded. Such a mutual assistance treaty, reminiscent of the Franco-Russian alliance preceding the First World War, was deprived of immediate practical effectiveness by the geographical distance separating the two powers and by the fact that the French government had only been established 3 months earlier. In the process, de Gaulle had an early exposure to the Soviet negotiating style that would become stereotypical years later in the Cold War. Soviet Foreign Minister Vyacheslav Molotov, who was supervising the preparation of the final documents for Stalin, rejected the first French draft, promising to produce an alternative quickly. 2 days later, at what had been planned as the final dinner of the visit, the draft had still not made an appearance. De Gaulle did not buckle. After sitting through the meal and a series of seemingly endless toasts, he arose from his seat shortly after midnight, early, for a Stalin banquet, and requested an early morning departure for his train. To return home empty-handed from such a daunting journey would have been humiliating, but the challenge worked. At 2 a.m. a Soviet counter-draft appeared and, with modification, proved acceptable to de Gaulle. It was signed at 4 a.m. in the presence of Stalin, who joked that the French had outwitted him. Given Stalin's reputation for slyness and brutality, self-deprecating remarks of this nature had succeeded in gratifying many an earlier interlocutor, including Hitler's foreign minister, Joachim von Ribbentrop *. De Gaulle's return from Moscow on December 17, 1944 was celebrated in Paris as France's re-entry into Europe after an absence of 4 years and as a personal diplomatic triumph. 67 The agreement also strengthened de Gaulle's position domestically vis-à-vis the French communists. Within days, however, warfare returned to the fore with the start of the German offensive into the Ardennes forest and Alsace. De Gaulle and the provisional government. Throughout his leadership of the Free French, de Gaulle's statements and actions had evoked a common theme, to reconstruct a legitimate and powerful French state, which alone could restore order after the liberation and deal with the Allies as an equal in the end game against Germany. The state, which is answerable for France, de Gaulle wrote in his presidential memoir, is in charge at one and the same time of yesterday's heritage, today's interests, and tomorrow's hopes. 68 In conceiving of the state as a generational compact, de Gaulle was echoing Edmund Burke, who defined society as a partnership between those who are living, those who are dead, and those who are to be born. 69. This idea of state served to salvage France's self-respect by portraying Vichy as an erroneous interregnum between a glorious past and a bright future, and Free France as the true continuity of the state. Had de Gaulle not been as determined a fighter for French identity during the war years, or had he not asserted his leadership of an internationally based French alternative to Vichy, the myth of continuity would have been implausible. As we have seen, only a comparatively small share of the French public actively supported the Free French, yet the spell cast by de Gaulle was sufficiently powerful that it effectively banished this fact from French memory. Forgetfulness, paradoxically, is sometimes the glue for societies that would not otherwise cohere. Downplaying Vichy's importance also gave de Gaulle in October 1944 the flexibility to dissolve the Patriotic Militia, a group of former resistance fighters engaged in vigilantism against alleged Nazi collaborators. In its place he imposed the more uniform system of justice he had previously prepared in Algiers. The state either possessed a monopoly of legitimate violence within its territory or it did not. Summary executions had no place in de Gaulle's France. Military developments moved apace. By the end of 1944, the French ranks had swollen to 560,000 troops. On November 23, the French First Army commanded by General Jean de Lattre took the medieval city of Strasbourg, thereby fulfilling Leclerc's oath at Kufra. But an offensive, launched by Germany in December 1944 into Alsace, twinned with the earlier Ardennes offensive, threatened now to surround the city. This development raised the perennial question of whether war strategy should be shaped by military or by political considerations. As long as the military battlefield was on French soil, de Gaulle gave priority to the political. The American field commander, General Bradley, wanted to establish a defensive line along the Vosges Mountains from which to rally for a counter-offensive, a strategy that implied the evacuation of Strasbourg. De Gaulle's reaction was unambiguous. French forces, he insisted, would not withdraw from a city that had changed hands between Germany and France 4 times in the previous century. Setting up a conflict between his national and Allied obligations, de Gaulle instructed de Lattre to refuse Eisenhower's orders. At the same time, he appealed to Roosevelt, Churchill, and Eisenhower himself to reconsider, announcing a personal visit to Allied headquarters to argue his case. Arriving at headquarters in Versailles on January 3, 1945, he found Churchill already there, seeking to prevent an open conflict among the Allies in the midst of a German offensive. In this instance, fortune was kind both to their cause and to de Gaulle's place in history. The military situation had improved, Eisenhower had already changed his mind, and French forces were permitted to remain in Strasbourg. Eisenhower's acquiescent response preempted what might have been, for de Gaulle, the spectacle of a French refusal to obey the supreme commander while a battle was raging. Yet, while de Gaulle prevailed, his victory came at an increased cost in the American willingness to accommodate him in the future. The final phase of the war in April 1945 provoked another assertion of French autonomy. De Gaulle ordered his forces to occupy the southwest German industrial city of Stuttgart, even though it had been assigned to the future American zone of occupation and for operational purposes to the American Army. Following his usual tactics, de Gaulle did not alter his command when the discrepancy was pointed out to him, nor, as usual, did his initiative invite dialogue. Harry Truman, who had succeeded Roosevelt as president on April 12, was unimpressed by de Gaulle's explanation of his defiance, that, in effect, France should supplant Britain as America's major European ally. Britain, de Gaulle argued, had become too exhausted by war to play that role. Truman, insisting on the agreed delineation of occupation zones, threatened a complete reconsideration of existing undertakings. De Gaulle had no alternative but to relent, though he felt no compulsion to do so gracefully. Meanwhile, privation ruled the home front. We lacked food to satisfy the barest needs of existence, de Gaulle would write of the period after liberation in his war memoirs. 70 individuals were restricted to 1,200 calories a day. The black market provided some relief for those with means, but almost everywhere scarcity prevailed. Since there was no wool, no cotton, and scarcely any leather, many citizens were wearing threadbare clothes and walking on wooden shoes. There was no heat in the cities, for the small amount of coal being mined was reserved for the armies, railroads, power plants, basic industries, and hospitals. At home, at work, in offices, and in schools, everyone shivered with cold. It would take years before we returned to pre-war living standards. 71. The French were living in a state of spiritual as well as material penury. Communism presented itself as the expression of solidarity with the downtrodden and a vessel of prestige by dint of its outsized representation in the ranks of the resistance, as well as Stalin's victories on the Eastern Front. De Gaulle therefore identified the government's immediate task as the realization of, in his words, reforms by which he could regroup allegiances, obtain worker support, and assure economic recovery, all salutary ends in themselves, and all having the secondary effect of preventing the Communist Party from seizing control of France. 72. Reforms that in more placid times might have been achieved in decades were unveiled in weeks. The Provisional Government established a family allowance to support the raising of children and revived the French birth rate. French women were able to exercise the right to vote for the first time, fulfilling de Gaulle's long-standing conviction that a modern society required universal suffrage. Social security expanded dramatically, thus vanished the fear, as old as the human race, that sickness, accident, old age, or unemployment would fall with crushing weight upon the workers, wrote de Gaulle. 73. Wartime planning did not subside so much as rebrand itself as dirigiste. Economic policy. Air France, Renault, coal, gas, and electricity, all were nationalized. The High Commission of Atomic Energy and National School of Administration, two pillars of post-war France, were both founded in the second half of 1945. De Gaulle demonstrated that revolutionary changes did not require a revolution. He stood between communists and free market liberals, renters and property owners, recalling the equipoise the Athenian lawgiver Solon displayed toward the rich and poor of his society. Before them both I held my shield of might, and let not either touch the other's right. 74. Mighty as de Gaulle's shield was, however, it threatened to buckle under domestic political stress. Post-war France's political institutions remained embryonic. De Gaulle could rely on no structure to support what he would later call his certain idea of France, to contain the violent schisms that had long divided France between Catholics and secularists, monarchists and republicans, socialists and conservatives. A legitimate central authority was crucial. De Gaulle did not advocate a dictatorship. The central authority could be tested by periodic expressions of the popular will. Rather, he envisioned a strong executive under a republican system with a bicameral legislature and an independent judiciary. In order that the state should be, as it must be, the instrument of French unity, of the higher interests of the country, of continuity in national policy, I considered it necessary for the government to derive legitimacy not from the parliament, in other words the parties, but, over and above them, from a leader directly mandated by the nation as a whole and empowered to choose, to decide, and to act. 75. On October 21, 1945, French voters elected the Constituent Assembly, a provisional legislature tasked with drawing up a new constitution. 3 weeks later, it affirmed de Gaulle as head of government by a nearly unanimous vote, which, as he wryly noted in his memoirs, was more a recognition of past services than an understanding of his vision for the future. As soon as the government began to operate, the historic dilemmas of the Third Republic re-emerged. They started with the very formation of the government on November 21, which, according to the Constitution, needed to be approved by Parliament. As the largest party in the Constituent Assembly, the Communists demanded the three most important cabinet portfolios: foreign policy, defense, and interior. Although de Gaulle refused to entertain this demand, he did feel obliged to grant the communists significant domestic ministries, such as economy and labor. Within weeks, de Gaulle realized that he was losing the struggle to shape the new constitution. A conventional political leader might have accepted such a disappointment as the price of holding power, but de Gaulle was not prepared to trade his conviction for what others judged practical. All along his tortuous wartime course, he had demonstrated that the improbable could be transformed into the realistic. If he could not achieve the moral renewal of his society, he would give up what most political leaders would consider fulfillment and what he had struggled and suffered to achieve. On November 19, he asked the Canadian ambassador whether Canada would provide domicile should he resign. In a January 1, 1946 speech to the Assembly in advocacy of his defense budget, he suggested that it might be the last time he would speak in this hemicycle. 76. 5 days later, he left on vacation, returning on January 14 to tell Interior Minister Jules Moch in confidence, "I do not feel I am made for this kind of fight. I do not want to be attacked, criticized, contested every day by men whose only claim is to have had themselves elected in some small corner of France." 77. On January 20, a Sunday, not quite 18 months after his triumphant return to liberated Paris, de Gaulle convened a special meeting of the cabinet. There, he read a brief statement outlining his disdain for the exclusive regime of parties and his irrevocable decision to resign, giving no indication of future plans. 78. After shaking hands with his colleagues, he got into his car and drove off. His stunned associates were left with a task none could have imagined when entering the room, choosing a successor to an already mythic personality. They elected Félix Gouin of the Socialist Party, who would serve for 5 months. Historians have puzzled over the timing of de Gaulle's resignation. Clearly he was at odds with the procedures of the Third Republic, in place until the Constituent Assembly would complete its work on a constitution, which itself was trending in a direction he disfavored. But attacking the institutions he led as head of government could have appeared to demonstrate either political impotence or, possibly, an invitation to a Bonapartist coup. Yet, paradoxically, if he intended to realize the vision to which he had unfailingly kept faith through all adversity and doubt, namely, assuming power so as to infuse Republican government with broad legitimacy, he needed to resign before the Assembly's work had been completed and not in protest at an existing constitution. What this master of timing may have miscalculated was the interval required for the political leadership to recognize his indispensability and mend its ways. The desert. De Gaulle's abrupt resignation, like his flight to London 5.5 years earlier, affirmed his readiness to break with official France when his convictions could no longer support its direction. In doing so, he elected to withdraw from events before they withdrew from me. 79. But whereas the relocation to London elevated him to the center of world historical events and the epic task of sustaining France in exile, he now found himself shrouded in provincial solitude, an exile in his own country. The gesture was in keeping with de Gaulle's carefully cultivated image as a man of destiny, standing apart from politics as usual, uninterested in power for power's sake. The de Gaulle family settled in La Boisserie, a country house dating to the early 19th century, which lay in the village of Colombiers-les-Deux-Églises, some 140 miles east of Paris. German Chancellor Konrad Adenauer would later describe it as a very simple house that has only a few well-furnished rooms on the ground floor but otherwise is very primitive. 80 winters were grey and harsh, for there was no central heating. This is not a gay place, said de Gaulle to a visitor. One does not come here to laugh. 81. In the war memoirs he composed during his self-exile, he described how he found peace in his austere existence. This section of Champagne is imbued with calm, wide, mournful horizons, melancholy woods and meadows, the frieze of resigned old mountains, tranquil, unpretentious villages where nothing has changed its spirit or its place for thousands of years. All this can be seen from my village. From a rise in the garden, I look down on the wild depths, where the forest envelopes the tilled land like the sea beating on a promontory. I watch the night cover the landscape. Then, looking up at the stars, I steep myself in the insignificance of earthly things. 82. During this period, de Gaulle made only one public intervention of long-term significance, a speech on June 16, 1946 in Bayeux, propounding his vision for France's political institutions. 2 years and 2 days earlier, when the Allied beachhead was still tenuous a week after the invasion, de Gaulle first visited the Norman town. 6 months after his resignation, he recalled the importance of his installing a prefect there. It was here on the soil of the ancestors that the state reappeared. 83. Yet the work of reconciling France's institutions with its historic mission was incomplete. The constitution for what would become the Fourth Republic was being drafted at the time, and de Gaulle remained convinced that whatever emerged from the Constituent Assembly would be a dead end. De Gaulle laid out his diagnosis of France's malaise with characteristic frankness. During a period no longer than 2 generations, France was invaded 7 times and went through 13 regimes. Such numerous disturbances in our public life had intensified France's ancient Gallic propensity for divisions and quarrels, finally resulting in the disaffection of the citizens toward institutions. 84. A strong presidency was needed, situated above the parties, which would represent the values of continuity, as de Gaulle himself had done as leader of the Free French. 85. Following Montesquieu, de Gaulle also argued for a strict separation of powers. It was very important that the president not be at the mercy of the legislative power, for this would result in a confusion of powers, in which the government would soon be nothing more than an assemblage of delegations, in which the national interest would find no advocate, and in which any cabinet minister would be reduced to a mere party representative. 86. A bicameral legislature would provide constituents with an upper house entitled to review and amend legislation passed by the lower house, but also to propose bills to the National Assembly. In this manner, the French Constitution would harness the fertile grandeurs of a free nation grouped under the aegis of a strong state. 87. This second Bayeux speech was also notable for an exposition of de Gaulle's thinking on democracy, a subject about which he rarely spoke. Unlike his American counterparts, de Gaulle identified democracy more commonly with its institutional framework than an enumeration of individual liberties. This is why, in the seminal Bayeux speech, he advocated democracy in the form of a biting analysis of the defects and ultimate futility of dictatorship. It is the fate of dictatorship to exaggerate what it undertakes. As the citizens become impatient with its constraints and nostalgic for their lost freedom, the dictatorship must, whatever the cost, be able to compensate with broader and broader accomplishments. The nation becomes a machine on which the master imposes a regime of unchecked acceleration. In the end something has to give way. The grandiose edifice collapses in blood and misfortune. The nation is left broken and worse off. 88. In sum, Republican government served as the best bulwark between chaos and tyranny. De Gaulle's appeal at Bayeux did little to hinder the final draft of the Constitution of the Fourth Republic, which retained parliamentary supremacy and the weak executive of its predecessor. It was ratified via referendum in October 1946. Despite de Gaulle's expectation that the country would quickly recall him, no summons came. He struggled against bouts of gloom with demonstrative stoicism, at times reaching apocalyptic moods. In 1947, he attempted to launch a national political movement that stood separately from the established parties. It evoked a brief exuberance before sputtering out. Meanwhile, overall domestic conditions stabilized and improved. Although France indulged in a merry-go-round of prime ministers, wellsprings of vitality re-emerged. The economy, with the aid of the U.S.-led European Recovery Program, or Marshall Plan, began to recover. And, by the early 1950s, France's well-educated workforce, technical expertise and integration into a US-sponsored system of open trade combined to achieve historic prosperity. The Fourth Republic collapsed in 1958 not so much from domestic challenges as from its inability to establish a policy regarding its colonial possessions. It spent too many of the political gains of the economic recovery on three colonial crises: the effort to hold on to Indochina, the Suez intervention and, above all, the Algerian crisis. Failure in Indochina and frustration in the Middle East. Indochina was the first in a series of post-war trials testing the Fourth Republic's claim to France's former spheres of geopolitical influence. Conquered piecemeal by France from 1862 to 1907, the colony had been under dual Japanese occupation and Vichy administration since the fall of France in June 1940. In March 1945, fearing an Allied invasion and suspecting that the French colonists might mount an uprising, the Japanese overthrew their erstwhile collaborators and established direct rule. By the time of the Japanese surrender in August 1945, two powerful forces were preparing to exploit the vacuum: Ho Chi Minh's communist Viet Minh insurgency, which had opposed both the French and the Japanese during the war, and an Allied military campaign to retake the colony, involving Chinese, British and Indian troops, as well as a French expeditionary corps under General Leclerc's command. By early 1946, French forces appeared to have largely reasserted control over Indochina. But France's strenuous efforts achieved only a brief interregnum of tranquility. On the night of December 19, 1946, the Viet Minh set off dramatic explosions in Hanoi, signaling the beginning of another long and bloody war. By 1954, colonial rule in Vietnam had become untenable. Laos and Cambodia had gained their independence from France the year before. The Eisenhower administration, emerging from the Korean War, was unwilling to back France militarily in Vietnam. General Henry Navarre's strategy of luring Viet Minh General Vuong Nguyen into an open battle by concentrating forces in the cauldron-like valley of Dien Bien Phu had resulted in a debacle. Over the course of 8 weeks, Chinese supplied North Vietnamese forces had trapped the French and in early May brought about their surrender. In the aftermath of this catastrophe, Pierre Mendès France, the only Fourth Republic premier for whom de Gaulle would later express respect, moved swiftly to conclude negotiations in Geneva over the future of Vietnam. According to the resulting agreement, France would abandon the colony, which would be divided along the 17th parallel between the Communist North and the anti-Communist South. De Gaulle, not in office during that drama, never forgot the lesson. Meeting with President Kennedy in May 1961, he warned a young American president against involvement in the region. As recorded in an official memorandum, President de Gaulle recalled the war France waged in Indochina. He stated his feeling that a new war could not lead anywhere even if waged by the U.S. If the U.S. feels that its security or honor compelled it to intervene, the French will not oppose such an intervention but will not participate in it, except of course if it were to lead to a worldwide war, in which case France would always be at the side of the U.S-89. The second post-war shock to France resulted from a joint Franco-British military operation to restore the West's position in the Middle East by invading the Suez Canal region in 1956 in league with Israel, which was pursuing its own separate national objectives. In 1954, Gamal Abdel Nasser had taken over Egypt, deposing General Muhammad Nahib, who 2 years earlier had replaced the monarchy. Nasser created a nationalist regime that increasingly moved toward Soviet economic support and armed itself with Soviet weapons. In July 1956, he nationalized the Suez Canal, which had been under French and British ownership. Britain was thus faced with the end of its preeminence in the region, and France with the prospect that an emboldened Nasser might redouble his support for insurgent nationalists in its own North African possessions, especially Algeria. In October 1956, in a secretly agreed coordination, British and French forces moved to seize the canal days after Israeli forces had invaded the Sinai Peninsula. The Eisenhower administration, viewing the Cold War as an ideological contest for the allegiance of the developing world, was transfixed by fear that the Soviet Union would use the occasion to co-opt the Middle East. This is why, on October 30, 24 hours after Israel's initial attack, the United States submitted a resolution in the Security Council ordering Israeli armed forces immediately to withdraw behind the established armistice lines. When this resolution was vetoed by Britain and France, Eisenhower took the issue to the General Assembly. On November 2, the General Assembly demanded an end to the hostilities by an overwhelming vote of 64-5. At an overnight session on November 3-4, it passed an even stronger resolution and began to discuss a United Nations peacekeeping force for the canal. On November 6, a run on the pound sterling took on alarming proportions. Contrary to previous practice, America stood at the sidelines and refused to step in and calm the market. These measures convinced Britain and France to call off the operation. Washington's disavowal of the Anglo-French action at Suez exposed the limits of NATO as an intergovernmental military alliance, and of America's commitments to its allies. London and Paris drew antithetical lessons from their misadventure. Britain, shocked by the decline of its historic role and chastened by its schism with Washington, strove to restore the special relationship with America. It would return to modifying elements of historic policies in exchange for enhancing its influence over U.S. decision-making. France, by contrast, with far less prospect of achieving this kind of influence over American choices, festered in frustration, creating a rift in perception within the Atlantic alliance that would achieve its full expression after de Gaulle's return. Before that could happen, however, the chronic instabilities of the Fourth Republic merged with France's colonial crisis in North Africa, Algeria, and the return of de Gaulle. Conquered by France in 1830, Algeria held a special status amongst the French territories overseas. In the decades after annexation, waves of French and Southern European colonists settled along its coastline. By the 1950s, there were approximately 1 million of them, mostly French and known as the Pieds Noirs. The North African littoral, as we have seen, played a critical role in Allied military strategy during the Second World War, Algeria in particular advanced de Gaulle's personal strategy for attaining power. Unlike Tunisia, Morocco, or France's sub-Saharan colonies, the Algerian littoral had been constitutionally treated as an integral component of metropolitan France, with a status comparable to Corsica. It was regarded so much as part of the French homeland that, as late as 1954, Prime Minister Mendes France planned to move French weapons factories there, out of range of the Soviets. The notion of Algeria as a kind of sanctuary would not survive the year. That November, the territory was struck by a wave of guerrilla attacks organized by the National Liberation Front, FLN, which called for an independent state, sovereign, democratic, and social, within the framework of the principles of Islam 91. In response to the challenge, Mendes France declared, "Never will any French government yield on the principle that Algeria is France." 92. Although the French governor, Jacques Soutelly, among others, believed that economic development initiatives could stem the budding insurgency, convictions intensified. Over the following months, the CIA had first predicted an Algerian settlement within a year. 93. After a few months, its analysts reversed their view and argued that France's humiliation at Dien Bien Phu and its unwillingness to face the realities, never defined, were helping to fuel the conflict in Algeria. Even left-leaning French governments found themselves locked in a cycle of military escalation. François Mitterrand, the future Socialist Party standard-bearer and French president who was then serving as Mendes France's interior minister, spoke for many on the left when he reiterated the prime minister's assertion, "Algeria is France." But now he added, "The only negotiation is war." 94. What had been originally acquired as a beachhead for the projection of French power was turning into a cancer eating at the country from within. Pieds Noirs, enraged by the inability of the French government in Paris to protect them, formed vigilante groups defiant of elected authority. The French army grew resentful of the political class, whose indecisiveness it blamed for the stalemate. As government after government tumbled, 6 collapsed between the FLN's attacks in November 1954 and de Gaulle's return in June 1958, French public opinion became increasingly exasperated by this seemingly irresolvable crisis, with key elements of French society revolting against state authority. What started as an insurrection by Arab nationalists against French colonialism risked metastasizing into a French civil war. Algeria was the last act in the saga of French imperial retreat and the first act in de Gaulle's return to save France a second time. De Gaulle had been observing the growing paralysis from Colombie. First, he expected that his indispensability would be quickly recognized. But no party leader undertook the responsibility to encourage, much less support, a revision of the constitution compatible with de Gaulle's public list of the preconditions for his return. By May 1958, the domestic situation had reached the critical phase that de Gaulle had stipulated. A group of generals including General Jacques Massu, the paratroop commander, in a coup-like appeal to French President René Coty, demanded that de Gaulle be appointed the head of a government of national safety. Simultaneously, the National Assembly was searching for a strong premier. It settled on Pierre Flimlin, a member of the Christian Democratic Party, who proved at first hesitant and then unable to form a stable majority. Algeria continued to boil. De Gaulle maneuvered masterfully among the contending factions, refusing to take sides. He did not declare himself ready for office until all the parties had become deadlocked due to their incompatible goals. The assembly increasingly feared a military coup and looked to de Gaulle to avert it. The army was drawn to the idea of de Gaulle's return, because the former soldier was championing a strong state, which it interpreted as resolve to crush the Algerian insurgents. To reinforce the fear of a parachute descent in Paris, officers of the Algerian units bloodlessly seized Corsica, prompting Flimlin's resignation. Each of de Gaulle's supporters misunderstood him to some extent. He used the army's pressure as a tool but did not aim to seize power from the barrel of a gun. His purpose was in fact not a new Bonapartism but a constitutional state strong enough to return the army to the barracks. By the same token, de Gaulle sought to be recalled to office in a constitutional manner and to abolish, not to serve, the existing political system. De Gaulle put forward no specific demand. Instead, he maintained an artful ambiguity, made himself available for exploration by each faction, and without restricting his flexibility appeared to each as the best last solution to its worst fears. Maneuvering each of the contending forces into the position of supplicant, he was always negotiating from a position of purpose. As de Gaulle well understood, the political constellation in the spring of 1958 had by now brought about what was likely to be his last opportunity to fulfill what he believed to be the task assigned to France by history. But he had the wisdom to play it like a game of Chinese Wei Chi or Go, which starts on a blank board, each party possessing 180 pieces, and where success is achieved through patience and a superior grasp of the evolving tactical situation. To have shared his ultimate program would have risked alienating all factions or driving them into precipitous action. Instead, he persuaded each group that advancing his candidacy was the best way to thwart its rivals. In the end, on May 29, 1958, President Coty invited de Gaulle to become the last Prime Minister of the Fourth Republic, extending the invitation through the Secretary of the Presidency. Throughout this period, de Gaulle conducted only one press conference, on May 19, near the end of the crisis, in which he described himself as a man who belongs to nobody and who belongs to everybody, and said he would return to power only by means of an exceptional act by the National Assembly that would recall him to office. For the purpose of introducing a new Constitution 95, he had a word for all concerns. To the army, he said that its normal role was to be a servant of the state, on the condition that there was a state. To those worried about the threat he might pose to democracy, he pointed out that he had restored democratic institutions in France in 1944. Why should I, at age 67, begin a career as a dictator? 96 He ended the press conference by saying, "I have said what I have to say. Now I am going to return to my village and hold myself at the disposition of the country." 97. On June 1, the multiple consultations came to an end, and de Gaulle appeared before the National Assembly for the first time since his resignation in January 1946. He read without emotion the edict that would dissolve the chamber and give him full power for 6 months for the drafting of a new constitution, which would then be submitted to a referendum. The debate lasted only 6 hours. The final vote was 329 to 224 for the investiture of de Gaulle as Prime Minister, a temporary springboard to his constitutional presidency. Twice in a lifetime de Gaulle had assumed the leadership of France. The first time in 1940 to rescue it from the consequences of national catastrophe, the second in 1958 as the only means of avoiding civil war. The first time, the once unknown brigadier general brought 4 years of solitary vision to their culmination with the liberation of Paris. The Second time, already a legendary figure, he was recalled from internal exile to save the constitutional government from itself and to lead the French people to a post-imperial, but nonetheless dynamic and independent, role in the world. In this great task de Gaulle envisioned 4 phases, restoring France's constitutional structure so as to create a government with authority, finishing France's colonial adventures in a way that removed them as a canker in the body politic, designing a French military and political strategy which made clear the international indispensability of France in both defense and diplomacy. And, finally, defending that strategic concept against allies, especially a reluctant America. The Fifth Republic. De Gaulle ascribed the process by which the Fourth Republic was overthrown to 3 factors. In order to save the country while preserving the Republic, it was essential, first, to change a discredited political system, second, to restore the army to the path of obedience without delay, and, third, to place himself in a leading role as the only person who could bring about the requisite changes. 98. Entering office, de Gaulle needed to transform his deliberate tactical ambiguity into a strategic design for overcoming the revolutionary turmoil he had inherited. Leftist domestic critics envisioned France's radical dissociation from Algeria as a simple and unambiguous task. In reality, the processes of French administration and settlement that had lasted for more than a century, as well as the war that had been ongoing since 1954, could not be switched off with the abruptness of changing a television channel. The army's commitment to keeping Algeria French had brought de Gaulle into office. Now he acted on the conviction that returning the military to its role as an instrument of national policy was not achievable by a single dramatic decision. It would require a process that, by gradually reducing the military role in civilian order, would preclude the possibility of military dominance. Governing by decree, de Gaulle had been given 6 months to develop a new constitution. In accordance with principles laid down in his Bayeux speech of 1946, the new constitution replaced the parliamentary supremacy of the Third and Fourth Republics, and its attendant tendency toward factionalism, with a largely presidential system. In the Fifth Republic, control of defense and foreign policy would be reserved to the president, who was elected for a 7-year term by indirect suffrage via electors, modified to direct election in 1962, to oversee the functioning of the government. The president would appoint a prime minister representing a majority in the popularly elected National Assembly. But, to prevent a deadlock between the executive and legislative branches, the president also had the right to dissolve the assembly and call parliamentary elections. On matters of overriding national importance, the president could make recourse to popular referenda, a method de Gaulle, if not his successors, employed with relish. In October 1962, he spearheaded the referendum campaign allowing for direct election of the president. While extricating France from Algeria, he deployed 2 referenda as demonstration that a majority of the country endorsed his program. It is likely that at the beginning of the presidency de Gaulle did not have a precise sense of his ultimate destination in Algeria, although he was determined to end a war that was preventing France from fulfilling its international and domestic missions. Returning to office, he undertook several simultaneous strategies, each compatible with these 2 desiderata which had won him his position, all without committing to a specific outcome. De Gaulle's artful ambiguity was on full display during his visit to Algeria in June 1958, shortly after becoming head of government. Addressing a rapturous crowd of Pieds Noirs, who took him to be their savior, De Gaulle said, "Je vous ai compris, I have understood you." The phrase encouraged the faith of those whose commitment to France Algeria had helped to put him in office, while doing nothing to limit his options. His choice of words may also have saved his life. A would-be assassin was on the scene in a nearby building as de Gaulle spoke, but set down his rifle when he heard de Gaulle's words 99. As a first move, de Gaulle ordered General Maurice Chala, the commanding general, to launch an all-out offensive to clear rebels from the countryside. The purpose was to crystallize his two options, either integrating Algeria into France via military victory or, if that failed, discrediting the army's case against a political settlement. At the same time, de Gaulle accompanied armed force with sweeping domestic reform. His Constantine Plan, named for the eastern Algerian city in which it was announced in October 1958, marked an ambitious humanitarian and economic development effort to industrialize and modernize Algeria. He was thus outflanking left-wing and Algerie Français voices simultaneously 100. In implementing his strategic direction, de Gaulle turned to the referendum procedure, this time brilliantly linking the ratification of the new constitution to a new arrangement for France's colonial possessions. Both the metropole and the colonies were invited to vote by universal suffrage on the new constitutional framework. By putting forward the concept of a French community, de Gaulle was able to supersede a thorny constitutional debate between two leaders of French colonial Africa, Léopold Sédar Senghor, later president of Senegal, who favored a federal solution in which Africans would become full citizens of France and the colonies would be merged into two regional groupings, and Félix Houphouët-Boigny, former French health minister and later president of the Ivory Coast, who preferred a looser confederation. For each colony, there was a choice: approve the constitution and join the French community or be granted immediate independence. All but Guinea under Sékou Touré chose to remain in the French community, an institution sharing vague security functions. But the winds of political independence were blowing across Africa, and the community arrangement buckled within 2 years. In 1960, the year of Africa, 14 francophone states gained their independence, thereby largely avoiding wars of national liberation. The two exceptions were Cameroon, where a bloody contest between nationalist insurgents and the French military raged for 9 years, and Algeria, which retained an intermediate status compatible with either a military or a diplomatic outcome. To secure African support for the community, de Gaulle undertook a 5-day cross-continental campaign in August 1958, during which he spoke in unusually rapturous tones of the new mission for France. In Madagascar's capital, gesturing to the ancient palace nearby, he declared, "Tomorrow you will be a state once again, as you were when the palace of your kings was inhabited." 101 His Memoirs of Hope record. His reception in the French Congolese capital of Brazzaville, whether in the beflagged streets of the city center or in the seething suburbs of Basse-Congo and Poto-Poto, the crowds were delirious with enthusiasm for the referendum 102. In a May 1969 memorandum to President Richard Nixon, I described the significance of de Gaulle's extraordinary constitutional referendum. There was in it more than sympathy for African nationalists or a shrewd leaning with the anti-colonial tide. De Gaulle's African policy mirrored his concept of grandeur as well as gratitude. His memoirs show clearly an obsession with France's civilizing mission, and he qualified the colonies' independence with political, economic, and personal ties that left French influence and culture still dominant. In turn, the French-speaking Africans came to rely on his special brand of patronage. The result was that in Africa, if anywhere, de Gaulle made France a great power. 103. The end of the Algerian conflict. Having completed the constitutional framework, de Gaulle steered his Algerian policy to its conclusion. One who saw France's predicament clearly was Mao Zedong, who predicted to FLN leader Ferhat Abbas that France would not be able to sustain a military commitment to the conflict at its current scale. You will see that they face many difficulties. France needs to support an 800,000 strong military and spend 3 billion francs a day. If that continues for a long time, they will collapse. 104. De Gaulle left no record of the precise moment he arrived at the same conclusion. Nor was that unusual for him. With all his dramatic way of proclaiming ultimate goals, he generally presented them in a manner as to obscure the nature of the journey. A couple of instances illustrate this aspect of his conduct, one of them related to me by Paul Stellin, then chief of the French Air Force. At a meeting discussing French national strategy, de Gaulle had asked the participants for their views on his NATO policy. Shortly afterward, Stellin, who had remained silent, was invited to de Gaulle's office. Was your silence an expression of disagreement? Stellin then indicated his reasons for disagreement, to which de Gaulle cryptically replied, "And how do you know that I am not traveling to the same destination but on my own route?" 105. A second example of de Gaulle's aloof style of decision-making emerged in December 1958, during the drafting of his program for domestic fiscal reform. The proposed plan, the handiwork of a senior civil servant and economist named Jacques Rueff, proved highly controversial. While considering it, de Gaulle summoned Roger Goetz, a financial aide, to his office and observed that, in assessing the prospects of even the best thought-out proposal, a policy-maker would be wise to reserve a one-third element of doubt. "You are the expert," de Gaulle said. "You will tell me tomorrow morning if you consider whether the plan has a two-thirds chance of success. If yes, I will adopt it." 106. The next morning, Goetz affirmed his confidence in the Rueff plan, and de Gaulle accepted it. Proclaimed by edict and put before the French public in a radio address, it provided the economic basis for the de Gaulle presidency, which officially began on January 8, 1959. On September 16, 1959, de Gaulle abruptly crystallized the Algerian choices before France in a televised address. He put forward three options without definitively committing himself to any. As his biographer Julian Jackson writes, the first was independence or secession, Size Zion, as de Gaulle dubbed it. A second option was what he described by the neologism of Francisation, which was his way of describing what advocates of Algerie Française called integration. The third option was the government of Algeria by the Algerians, supported by the aid of France and in close union with her, with a federal system internally in Algeria where the different communities would cohabit peacefully. 107. De Gaulle favored the third option, which he called association, but privately he mused that it might be too late to avoid the first, Algeria's total break from France. 108. The first and third options involved a substantial element of self-determination for the country's Muslim majority population, while the second envisioned the gradual merging of French and Algerians into a single people. 4 months later, in January 1960, with the military situation still not substantially improved, Pied Noir activists uneasy with de Gaulle's options began constructing barricades in Algiers. When the news was first reported, I was in Paris, having spent an early part of the day with a group of French military officers who had invited me to discuss my book Nuclear Weapons and Foreign Policy. Understandably, the impact of the barricades overrode concern over nuclear strategy. Several of my interlocutors, mostly at the rank of colonel or brigadier general, blamed their president for the troops' sympathy for the Pied Noir rebels, arguing that whenever de Gaulle appeared on the scene he divided France, and hence he needed to be removed. The same day, I had lunch with Raymond Aron, the great French political philosopher. In a left-bank cafe, he exclaimed his dismay over the barricades. I am becoming ashamed to be French, we are acting like Spaniards, in a state of permanent revolution. At these words, a diner at a nearby table rose, came over to ours, identified himself as a reserve officer and demanded an apology in the name of the French army. By January 29, many in France, and all of my acquaintances there, expected a military coup, perhaps even a parachutist descent on Paris. De Gaulle went on television that evening wearing his wartime uniform. After a stark description of the situation in Algiers, he addressed the French army, ordering it to tear down the barricades unconditionally. I must be obeyed by all French soldiers. No soldier must, at any moment, and even passively, associate himself with the rebellion. In the end, public order must be re-established. 109 The next day, the barricades went down. It was an extraordinary demonstration of charismatic leadership. In April 1961, an abortive coup staged by the army marked the last upheaval of the Algerian settlers against what de Gaulle understood as his historic task, disengagement. Again, he took to television to denounce the rogue action in Algeria. Now the state is flouted, the nation defied, our power degraded, our international prestige lowered, our role and our place in Africa jeopardized. And by whom? Alas! Alas! By men whose duty, honor, and raison d'être was to serve and obey. 110. The putsch failed, but opposing sentiments did not disappear. On August 22, 1962, de Gaulle and his wife Yvonne remarkably escaped death by machine gun-wielding secret armed organization, OAS. Assassins in the Paris suburb of Petit-Clamart. As with the sniper fire during the Mass at Notre Dame Cathedral on August 26, 1944, de Gaulle refused to duck. Others were not so lucky. Some 2,000 French citizens were killed by the OAS in bombings and targeted assassinations. In 2 years*. In August 1961, 3 years into his presidency, de Gaulle began the process of preparing the French people for the eventual outcome. He started withdrawing troops from Algeria with the justification that they were needed for the defense of Europe. To the French colonists, subordinating the security of what was legally a province of France to European defense represented a blow to their self-image and a revolutionary change in France's priorities. The French public may have become exhausted from colonial wars, but the colonists themselves, and most of all the army, had borne the brunt of the sacrifice and felt deeply deceived. The end game came in the form of the Evian Accords, negotiated in secret between de Gaulle's ministers and representatives of the FLN in early 1962. This 93-page document created an independent state while safeguarding French strategic equities on its territory, including access to military facilities and preferential treatment for its energy companies. Of the 3 options de Gaulle earlier considered, this was secession light. De Gaulle announced an April referendum on The pact in metropolitan France. It won over 90%, overwhelming support that was bolstered by public disaffection with terrorist attacks by OAS remnants seeking to derail the accord. A subsequent vote in Algeria itself on July 1 endorsed the Evian Accords with 99.72% backing. 2 days later, France recognized the new state. Yet the promised mineral rights did not materialize, and France would conduct its final nuclear test in the Algerian desert 4 years later, in 1966. De Gaulle had turned Algérie française from a self-evident fact in the mid-1950s into an extremist slogan uttered primarily by the Pieds Noirs. 5 years later. But by that time, the wide-ranging integrationist forces that in 1958 had helped propel de Gaulle into the presidency had been reduced to a fringe terrorist movement. 800,000 French colonists were expelled from Algeria by the new regime, which combined aspects of Islamism, socialism, and Arab nationalism, or left to their own devices. Shortly after the signing of the peace accords, fearing violence, 150,000 of the remaining 200,000 elected to migrate by 1970. 111. As for the Algerian Muslims who had remained loyal to France, the Harkis withdrawal left them defenseless against reprisals by the FLN, which considered them traitors. Around 40,000 were able to flee to France. But tens of thousands remained in Algeria and were massacred. 112. De Gaulle viewed his action as a patriotic service in the cause of restoring French national self-respect and the French voice in international affairs. Algerian disengagement made available more resources for French economic development and military modernization. Once embarked on the process, he exhibited the same implacability that had propelled him forward ever since arriving in London in 1940. De Gaulle never responded to several suggestions that he express compassion for the French settlers fleeing what they regarded as their homeland, nor is there any record of his ever having discussed the impact of his Algerian policy on himself. Though he did on occasion express emotions in public, the speeches in Bayeux and Paris in June and August 1944, for example, de Gaulle made it a practice never to permit personal feelings to override his sense of duty or the requirements of the historical process, as he saw it. In his judgment, Algeria had become a drain on France, isolating it among allies and handing to the Soviet Union and other radical forces an irresistible opportunity for intervention. Amputating Algeria saved the vitality of the Fifth Republic. It was the price France had to pay for the ability to conduct its own independent foreign policy and to fulfill de Gaulle's vision of its role in the emerging world order. He was hardly engaging in hyperbole when, as his Algeria policy was unfurling in 1959, he privately characterized it as perhaps the greatest service I will have rendered to France. 113. De Gaulle had defied history in order to channel it in a different direction. Germany as a key to French policy, de Gaulle and Adenauer. On September 14, 1958, 3 months after becoming Prime Minister, de Gaulle took a major step in advancing the policy of reconciliation with Germany that had been started by his Fourth Republic predecessors. Ever since the 30 Years' War, each country had regarded the other as its hereditary enemy. In the 20th century alone, France and Germany had fought each other in 2 world wars. Implementing that tradition, de Gaulle, on his 1944 visit to Moscow, had advocated that a defeated Germany be broken up into its component states and that the Rhineland become part of France's economic domain. He submitted a similar plan to his European allies in 1945. But in 1958, returning from exile, de Gaulle reversed the policy of centuries by initiating a Franco-German partnership to free energies for broader tasks and to create a bloc that might lead to European autonomy. De Gaulle invited German Chancellor Konrad Adenauer for an overnight stay at La Boisserie in Colombier-les-Deux Églises. No other leader, foreign or domestic, was ever to receive a comparable invitation. When French ambassador to the United Kingdom Jean Chauvel suggested a parallel visit for Prime Minister Harold Macmillan, de Gaulle informed him boldly that Colombier was too small for an appropriate meeting. 114. The courtesies extended to Adenauer, such as personally conducting him through the house, were emblematic of the importance de Gaulle attached to the new relationship. Another gesture extended to Adenauer, no less unique, was to hold their discussions without the presence of aides, and largely in German. Indeed, the etiquette of the whole meeting was skillfully orchestrated to appeal to the psychology of the guest and to allow two old men, both born in the 19th century, to feel at ease with each other in practicing traditional courtesies. Concrete agreements between them were neither proposed nor concluded. Instead, a mere 13 years after the end of the Second World War, de Gaulle sought to bring about a complete reversal of their countries' past relations. He did not propose a mutual obliteration of memories, many of which would necessarily remain. But, in place of centuries of hostility, he offered French support for the rehabilitation of Germany and its quest for a European identity. Further, he suggested that a close relationship be established to promote the balance of power and the unity of Europe. In return, he asked for German acceptance of existing European frontiers, including that of Poland, an end to the German quest to dominate Europe. As he would put it later in his memoirs, France for her part had nothing to ask of Germany with respect to unity, security, or rank, whereas she could help to rehabilitate her erstwhile aggressor. She would do so, with what magnanimity! In the name of the entente to be established between the two peoples, and of the balance of power, the unity and the peace of Europe. But to justify her support, she would insist that certain conditions be fulfilled on the German side. These were, acceptance of existing frontiers, an attitude of goodwill in relations with the East, complete renunciation of atomic armaments, and unremitting patience with regard to German reunification. 115. What de Gaulle demanded as a quid pro quo for this revolutionary reconfiguration of French foreign policy was an abandonment of the traditional foreign policy of the national Germany that de Gaulle had encountered in his youth. Adenauer went along with the main trends of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization as opening the road for Germany into a European system. For both men it was a step into the future. De Gaulle and the Atlantic Alliance. A comparable transformation of established policy trends with even greater impact on world order occurred with the creation of the Atlantic Alliance. At the end of the Second World War, America emerged from its historic isolation into an unprecedented global role. Its 6% of the world's population was economically preeminent, it possessed half of the world's global industrial capacity together with a monopoly on atomic weapons. Until then, America's behavior internationally outside the Western Hemisphere had been confined to rallying only against strategic threats, and withdrawing into isolation when the lessening of danger made it seem safe to do so. Now, between 1945 and 1950, in two great initiatives, NATO and the Marshall Plan, America abandoned its previous mode of conduct and assumed a permanent role in world affairs. Alongside the East River in Midtown Manhattan, the new modernist United Nations headquarters symbolized that America had become part of an international order. The new initiatives remained based on premises about the nature of international relations that were as unique, indeed as idiosyncratic, as American history itself, that cooperation among nations was natural, that universal peace was the inherent outcome of international relations, and that a principled division of labor would provide adequate motivation and resources for the conduct of the Atlantic Alliance. De Gaulle's historical experience produced diametrically different conclusions. He led a country made cautious by too many enthusiasms, shattered, skeptical by too many dreams proved fragile, and conditioned by a sense not of national power or cohesion but of latent vulnerability. Nor did he believe that peace was the natural condition among states. The world is full of opposing forces. The competition of efforts is the condition of life. International life, like life in general, is a battle. 116. Washington, confident of America's dominance, focused on immediate, practical tasks. It urged an alliance structure that, in the name of integration, would encourage joint allied action and impede autonomous initiatives. De Gaulle, governing a country racked by generations of international and civil conflict, insisted that the manner of cooperation was as important as the goal. France, if it were to recover its identity, had to be perceived as acting out of choice, not compulsion, and it therefore needed to preserve its freedom of action. Imbued by these convictions, de Gaulle rejected any view of NATO that would place French forces under international command, or a view of Europe that would dissolve French identity in supranational institutions. He warned against a kind of supranationalism that was taking hold, as if self-renunciation were henceforth the sole possibility, and even the only ambition, which was at odds with France's national character and purposes. 117. Paradoxically, de Gaulle considered this view to be compatible with a united Europe, so that gradually there may be established on both sides of the Rhine, of the Alps, and perhaps of the Channel the most powerful, prosperous, and influential complex in the world. 118. Even as he always affirmed the practical importance of the American alliance, he doubted that it applied to all challenges relevant to France. Specifically, he questioned whether America could, or would want to, retain its all-out commitment to Europe indefinitely, especially in the area of nuclear weapons. De Gaulle's assertive style resulted from a combination of personal confidence and historical experience, tempered by an awareness of the nightmare in which the unexpected had formed a central French experience. By contrast, American leaders, though personally modest in their conduct, based their own views on confidence in their mastery of the future. During a visit to Paris in 1959, President Eisenhower addressed the issue of French reservations head-on. Why do you doubt that America would identify its fate with Europe? 119. It was an odd question in light of Washington's conduct toward both Britain and France during the Suez Crisis a few years earlier. Avoiding the temptation to bring up Suez, de Gaulle reminded Eisenhower that in the First World War, America came to the rescue only after France had endured 3 years of mortal peril, and that America had entered the Second World War only after France had already been occupied. In the nuclear age, both interventions would have come too late. 120. The sheer geographical vulnerability of France also preoccupied de Gaulle. He opposed various schemes for negotiating the disengagement of American forces from Central Europe, of which the most notable was the one put forward in the Reith Lectures in 1957 by George Kennan. De Gaulle rejected any symmetrical withdrawal from the dividing lines in Europe because that would leave American forces too far away and the Soviet army too near. If disarmament did not cover a zone which is as near to the Urals as it is to the Atlantic, how would France be protected? 121. De Gaulle's assessment of the Soviet challenge was made explicit when, in 1958, Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev repeated an ultimatum threatening Allied access to Berlin. De Gaulle was adamant in refusing to negotiate under threat. With characteristic eloquence, he attributed the challenge to the Soviet domestic system. There is in this uproar of imprecations and demands organized by the Soviets something so arbitrary and so artificial that one is led to attribute it either to the premeditated unleashing of frantic ambitions or to the desire of drawing attention away from great difficulties. This second hypothesis seems all the more plausible to me since, despite the coercions, isolation, and acts of force in which the communist system encloses the countries which are under its yoke, actually its gaps, its shortages, its internal failures, and above all its character of inhuman oppression, are felt more and more by the elites and the masses, whom it is more and more difficult to deceive and subjugate. 122. On the basis of this assessment, de Gaulle was prepared to cooperate whenever, in his view, French and American interests genuinely converged. Thus, during the 1962 Cuban Missile Crisis, American officials were astonished by de Gaulle's all-out support for their forceful reaction to the Soviet deployment of ballistic missiles in the island nation. Indeed, his was the most unconditional backing extended to them by any Allied leader. When Dean Acheson, the former Secretary of State acting as special emissary of President Kennedy, confirmed an imminent move to blockade Cuba and offered him a White House briefing, de Gaulle declined on the grounds that when a great ally acts in an hour of need, that urgency is sufficient justification in itself. The Nuclear Directorate. Upon assuming office, de Gaulle accelerated the existing French military nuclear program. Within months, he inaugurated his Atlantic policy with a proposal to reorganize NATO on the issue of nuclear strategy. The United States had grave reservations about independent European nuclear forces in principle. In Washington's view, such forces were not needed and should be integrated into NATO plans and joint commands. 123. They were treated as diversions from the conventional forces preferred by America. De Gaulle considered abstention from developing a major military capacity as a form of psychological abdication. On September 17, 1958, he sent a proposal to Eisenhower and Macmillan for a tripartite arrangement among France and NATO's two nuclear powers at the time, Britain and the United States, to prevent each country from being drawn into a nuclear war against its will. De Gaulle proposed giving each a veto over the use of nuclear weapons except in response to a direct attack. 124. By the same token, the tripartite directorate would also devise common strategy for specific global regions outside of Europe. 125. Did de Gaulle envisage the directorate as a stopgap until a French nuclear arsenal could be strong enough for an autonomous strategy? Or was he aiming at a new and unprecedented relationship with Washington and London that would provide France with a special leadership role on the continent based on nuclear weapons? The answer will never be known because, incredibly, the proposal for a directorate never received a response. 126. Eisenhower and Macmillan had dealt with de Gaulle in Algiers when he was still a contestant for leadership, and hence in no position to implement his views unilaterally. They therefore thought they could afford to ignore him without consequence. Their tactics made sense. However, only on the assumption that de Gaulle was being grandiloquently frivolous and had no practical alternative. These assumptions turned out to be mistaken. To de Gaulle, the issue went to the heart of France's role in the world. His determination to retain control over decisions affecting his nation's destiny was the central feature of his strategy. De Gaulle reacted to the American and British silence by demonstrating that, in fact, he did have options. In March 1959, he withdrew the French Mediterranean fleet from the integrated NATO command. In June of that year, he ordered the removal of American nuclear weapons from French soil. In February 1960, France conducted its first nuclear test in the Algerian desert, and in 1966 he pulled France out of the NATO command structure altogether. 127 He must have judged that Britain and the US would have no choice but to support him in case of Soviet attack while he retained freedom of decision. In a televised speech on April 19, 1963, de Gaulle explained his rationale for moving swiftly to establish an independent nuclear deterrent. To dissuade us, the voices of immobility and demagoguery are as always simultaneously raised. It is useless, say some. It is too costly, say others. But this time we shall not allow routine and illusion to invite invasion of our country. Moreover, in the midst of the strained and dangerous world in which we live, our chief duty is to be strong and to be ourselves. 128. On August 24, 1968, France conducted its first thermonuclear hydrogen bomb test. It was now technologically a full-fledged nuclear power, flexible response and nuclear strategy. In 1961, newly inaugurated President John F. Kennedy ordered a review of American defense policy. He was especially concerned with modifying the then prevalent doctrine of massive retaliation, first advanced by Eisenhower's Secretary of State John Foster Dulles, which proclaimed that the United States would resist aggression by means of overwhelming nuclear retaliation at places of its own choosing, so long as the United States possessed a vastly superior nuclear arsenal. The doctrine held considerable plausibility, though even then questions were raised about the eventual American readiness actually to employ such weapons in every contingency. 129 With the expansion of Soviet nuclear capability, the credibility of massive retaliation diminished. Allies concluded from their own hesitancy to use nuclear weapons that America would be similarly inhibited. At the same time, Britain, whose nuclear weapons were to be delivered largely by airplanes, feared that growing Soviet anti-aircraft defenses might jeopardize the British ability to retaliate. It therefore sought to acquire an American weapon then in the process of development, an air-launched standoff missile named Skybolt. At first, Kennedy overrode the resistance of his Secretary of Defense, Robert McNamara, who was opposed to autonomous nuclear capabilities in principle. Kennedy was soon to change his mind. The simultaneous operation of different autonomous forces seemed to him and, above all, to McNamara too dangerous, and he pressed Allied countries to phase out their nuclear forces altogether. In July 1962, McNamara made a statement opposing independent nuclear forces, limited nuclear capabilities, operating independently, are dangerous, expensive, prone to obsolescence, and lacking in credibility as a deterrent. 130. Concerns over the utility of a British independent nuclear force had never previously been brought to the surface. The special relationship with America seemed to preclude autonomous nuclear actions by Britain. but in November 1962, McNamara cancelled the US-UK Skybolt program, ostensibly on technical grounds. In Britain, the cancellation of Skybolt was treated with outrage as eradicating its status as a nuclear power and as undermining Britain's special status among America's alliances. At a meeting in Nassau in December 1962, President Kennedy and Prime Minister Macmillan fashioned a compromise. The United States would offer assistance to Britain to build Polaris submarines, whose missiles would be able to overcome Soviet air defenses. The submarines would be put under NATO command, but, in cases involving the supreme national interest, Britain could employ them autonomously. A similar arrangement was offered to France. Macmillan agreed, relying on the supreme national interest escape clause to give Britain latitude because an autonomous use of nuclear weapons would occur, by definition, only when a supreme national challenge was involved. De Gaulle's reaction was quite the opposite. He treated the Nassau agreement as an affront, all the more as it had been communicated to him publicly without any prior effort at consultation. At a press conference on January 14, 1963, he repudiated the American offer as publicly as he had received it, observing acidly, "Of course, I am only speaking of this proposal and agreement because they have been published and because their content is known." 131. In the process, de Gaulle also rejected Kennedy's view that Atlantic relations should be based on a twin-pillar concept and that the European pillar should be organized along supranational lines. Such a system would undoubtedly find itself powerless to sweep along and lead the peoples and, to begin with, our own people, in the domains where their souls and their flesh are in question. 132. Finally, at the same press conference, and despite Macmillan's assiduous wooing of him over the previous 2 years, de Gaulle vetoed British membership in the European Economic Community, thus undercutting Macmillan's own grand strategy and the American notion of a twin-pillar partnership. What is an alliance? Alliances have historically been formed to establish congruence between a nation's capability and its intentions in 5 ways. 1. To assemble forces adequate to defeat or deter a possible aggressor. 2. To convey this capability. 3. To proclaim obligations beyond the calculus of a power relationship. Were these unambiguous, no such formal expression would have been required. 4. To define a specific casus belli. And 5. To remove, as a means of diplomacy in a crisis, any doubt about the intentions of the parties. All of these traditional objectives were altered by the emergence of nuclear weapons. For countries relying on America's nuclear guarantees, no deployment of forces beyond those already fielded was meaningful. Everything depended on the credibility of American assurances. The effort to strengthen NATO by building the Allies' conventional forces, therefore, never fulfilled its objective. The Allies did not consider that conventional weapons added significantly to the common strength and never reached their conventional weapons commitments, partly for fear that, in so doing, they could render American nuclear might dispensable. When they did participate in American military action, for example, in Afghanistan and Iraq, it was not so much in pursuit of their strategic interests in those countries as a device to continue sheltering under the American nuclear umbrella. De Gaulle operated in the interstices of these ambivalences. In order to justify an independent French nuclear deterrent, he invoked the inherent uncertainty of nuclear guarantees. But he would have persisted in the course of nuclear autonomy regardless of the phrasing of American assurances. For de Gaulle, leadership was the elaboration of national purpose from a careful analysis of the meshing of existing power relationships with historical evolution. For France to rely on foreign arms for its own security, he wrote in his war memoirs, would poison its soul and its life for many generations. 133 He sought in the 1960s to rebuild a powerful military complete with an independent nuclear deterrent, which would enable his country to fulfill its duty to shape the future. 134 An auxiliary role would never be appropriate for France. And this was a moral, not a technical, issue. As for the immediate future, in the name of what were some of France's sons to be led out to a fight no longer its own? What was the good of supplying with auxiliaries the forces of another power? No. For the effort to be worthwhile, it was essential to bring back into the war not merely some Frenchmen, but France. 135. In de Gaulle's view, international obligations were inherently contingent, for two reasons: the circumstances in which they might evolve were, by definition, unpredictable, and the obligations themselves would be modified by changes in the geopolitical environment or the perception of leaders. As a result, de Gaulle was, on the one hand, among the most solid supporters of the Atlantic Alliance. When there was an actual Soviet challenge to the international order, as during the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962 or the Soviet ultimatum over the status of Berlin. But, on the other hand, he never abandoned his insistence on his country's freedom to judge the consequences of occasions as they arose. The American concept of NATO preserved the peace of the world for over a half-century. U.S. presidents treated alliances as a form of legal contract to be implemented on the basis of a quasi-legal analysis of the alliance's terms. The contract's essence lay in the uniformity of the promised response to a challenge seen as undifferentiated with respect to the alliance as a whole. For de Gaulle, the essence of alliances resided in the soul and the convictions of his country. President Nixon put an end to the theoretical controversies over control of nuclear weapons, and tensions between France and the U.S. substantially subsided. Thereafter, the autonomous French nuclear forces developed without opposition from the United States and with occasional assistance when compatible with U.S. law. While the French Fifth Republic has launched a number of conventional military operations, especially in Africa and the Middle East, it has never threatened to use its nuclear weapons independently, and U.S. and French nuclear policies have ranged from compatible to coordinated. Continuing on the path set by de Gaulle, France has preserved Gaullist autonomy of its nuclear strategy and close coordination with the United States. The end of the presidency. By the end of the 1960s, de Gaulle had revived France, rebuilt its institutions, removed the blight of the Algerian War and become a central participant in a new European order. He had placed France in a position to prevent international policies with which it felt uncomfortable, while fostering a set of arrangements to whose management France had become indispensable. Richelieu had originated the style of statecraft in the 17th century. In the 20th, de Gaulle had revived it. After 10 years in the presidency, de Gaulle had achieved the historical tasks available to him and was left with the management of day-to-day events. But such mundane matters were not what had motivated his legendary journey. Observers began to detect the settling in of boredom, almost melancholy. In 1968, then Chancellor of Germany Kurt George Kiesinger told me of a conversation in which de Gaulle hinted at a resignation. For centuries, we and the Germans have traversed the world, usually competitively, looking for a hidden treasure, only to find that there is no hidden treasure, and only friendship is left to us. Speculation began about another withdrawal from public life and a possible succession. But history would not permit de Gaulle's odyssey simply to peter out. In May 1968, a student revolt that grew into a general protest, one expression of a Europe-wide movement, consumed much of Paris. Students occupied the Sorbonne, where they festooned windows and columns with Maoist posters. 136 They erected barricades in the Latin Quarter and engaged in street battles with police. Everywhere graffiti proclaimed the protesters' anarchic sensibilities. It is forbidden to forbid. 137 Emboldened by the students, and sensing government dithering, the trade unions launched a nationwide strike. The end of the de Gaulle presidency seemed imminent. François Mitterrand and Pierre Mendès France, two eminences of previous regimes, began exploratory talks for succession, with the former slated as president and the latter as prime minister. Prime Minister Georges Pompidou initiated negotiations with the protesters, though to what end, whether to arrange a transition or to replace de Gaulle, has never been clear. In Washington, Secretary of State Dean Rusk informed President Johnson that de Gaulle's days were numbered. But de Gaulle had not designed the state as the central element of France's revival to permit his authority to be dissolved in Third Republic-style maneuvers. On May 29, a Wednesday, he suddenly left Paris with his wife and flew to Baden-Baden to meet with General Jacques Massieu, commander of the French Cold War garrison in West Germany. Massieu had been commander of French paratroopers in Algeria and had every reason to feel betrayed by de Gaulle. Moreover, de Gaulle had actually dismissed him from his command for stating publicly that he would not automatically carry out the orders of the head of state. But in Algeria he had also been exposed to the national myth with which de Gaulle had infused his actions and which proved sufficiently powerful to restore Massieu's allegiance. When de Gaulle hinted at resignation, Massieu replied that it was his duty not to abandon the arena and to prevail. The president had no right to flee when the battlefront was inside France. A time to resign might come, but it was not now. Duty demanded that he carry on the struggle, an enterprise in which he had Massieu's full support. With this reassurance in hand, de Gaulle flew back to Paris and reinstated governmental authority, largely without the use of force. As during his rise to the leadership of France a decade earlier, he chose to challenge the political structure by an appeal to the French public, this time by calling for a new national election rather than by assuming emergency powers, and even though Massieu's support had provided him with the last recourse to the army, which he never needed to invoke. The following day, de Gaulle addressed a massive demonstration at the Place de la Concorde, involving at least 400,000 people who had gathered on behalf of public order. Leaders of the Free French, the Third and Fourth Republics and the Resistance all rallied behind de Gaulle and, by extension, the constitutional order of the Fifth Republic. Paris had not seen such an expression of unity since the march in August 1944 that de Gaulle had led down the Champs-Élysées on the day after the city's liberation. Pompidou, reading the signals on the day after the rally, promptly offered his resignation. Then, a day later, he attempted to withdraw it, only to be told by an aide of de Gaulle's that Maurice Couvet de Mervelly had just been appointed in his place an hour earlier. In the subsequent election, the supporters of de Gaulle achieved an overwhelming majority, the first absolute majority for one political grouping in the entire history of the French Republic's 138. The sole challenge remaining for de Gaulle was the management of his exit. To assert that the office had become too taxing was incompatible with the posture that had transported him from low-ranking brigadier general to the realm of myth. But retirement after political defeat was similarly incompatible with that myth. De Gaulle chose as his vehicle a technical issue. A national referendum had been called regarding two provincial reform measures that had for some time lingered on the legislative calendar. Though neither was of constitutional significance, de Gaulle announced a preference in the wording of each measure that was difficult to reconcile with the other. The referendum was scheduled for April 27, 1969, a Sunday. Before leaving for his regular weekend retreat in Colombie-les-Deux-Églises, de Gaulle ordered that his possessions and papers be packed. De Gaulle announced from Colombie that he was resigning the presidency the day after losing the referendum, offering no explanation. He would never return to the Élysée Palace or make any public statement. When asked later why he had chosen these particular issues as the occasion for retiring from office, de Gaulle replied, "Because of their triviality." My last encounter with de Gaulle had occurred 4 weeks earlier in connection with the funeral of President Eisenhower in March 1969. De Gaulle announced his intention to be present, and Nixon asked me to meet him at the airport on the president's behalf. He arrived around 8 p.m., which would have made it 2 a.m. Paris time. He seemed very tired. I informed him of a few technical arrangements Nixon had made to facilitate his travels, especially in arranging communications for him. I spoke in English, and he replied in English, which he employed on only the rarest occasions. "Please thank the President for how he welcomed me and for all the courtesies he has extended." There was no further conversation. The next day, de Gaulle spent an hour with Nixon and then attended a reception at the White House for foreign leaders and Washington dignitaries attending the funeral. Some 60 heads of state and prime ministers were present, along with members of Congress and other American leaders. Quite a few of the Washington contingent were liberals, not in principle very enthusiastic about de Gaulle. When the reception was already well underway, de Gaulle arrived in the uniform of a French brigadier general. His presence transformed the character of the event. A scene of scattered groups engaged in random interchanges drew into a circle around de Gaulle, prompting my remark to an aide that I hoped de Gaulle would not move to a window lest the whole room tip over. He seemed to respond to comments and questions politely but with a minimum of commitment. He had come to pay the respects of France to Eisenhower, not for the purpose of chit-chat. After at most 15 minutes, he went over to Nixon to express his sympathy and left the reception for the airport. A month later, he retired. The nature of de Gaulle's statesmanship. De Gaulle is often remembered by Americans today, if he is remembered at all, as a caricature, the egotistical French leader with delusions of grandeur, perpetually aggrieved over slights real and imagined. As often as not, he was a thorn in the side of his peers. Churchill occasionally raged about him. Roosevelt schemed to marginalize him. In the 1960s, the Kennedy and Johnson administrations constantly feuded with him, believing his policy was chronic opposition to American goals. The criticisms were not without foundation. De Gaulle could be haughty, cold, abrasive and petty. As a leader, he radiated mystique, not warmth. As a person, he inspired admiration, even awe, but rarely affection. Yet in his statesmanship, de Gaulle remains exceptional. No 20th century leader demonstrated greater gifts of intuition, On every major strategic question facing France and Europe over no fewer than 3 decades, and against an overwhelming consensus, de Gaulle judged correctly. His extraordinary prescience was matched by the courage to act on his intuition, even when the consequences appeared to be political suicide. His career validated the Roman maxim that fortune favors the brave. As early as the mid-1930s, while the rest of the French military was wedded to a strategy of static defense, de Gaulle grasped that the next war would be decided by motorized offensive forces. In June 1940, when almost the entire French political class concluded that resistance to the Germans was futile, de Gaulle made the opposite judgment, that sooner or later the United States and the Soviet Union would be drawn into the war, that their combined strength would eventually overwhelm Hitler's Germany, and that the future therefore lay on the side of the Allies. But, he insisted, France could play a role in the future of Europe only if it restored its political soul. After the liberation of France, he again broke with his countrymen. Recognizing that the emerging political system was not equal to the challenge, he therefore refused to continue at the head of the provisional government, abruptly resigning from the paramount position that he had so carefully carved out during his wartime service. He withdrew to his home in Colombey-les-Deux-Églises, in the expectation that he would be summoned back if the political paralysis he predicted came to be. That moment of opportunity took 12 years to arrive. Amid a looming civil war, de Gaulle engineered a transformation of the French state which restored the stability that had been missing throughout his lifetime. Simultaneously, for all his nostalgia about France's historic glories, he ruthlessly amputated Algeria from the body politic, having concluded that its retention would be fatal. De Gaulle's statesmanship is singular, relentless in its commitment to the French national interest, transcendent in its legacy. His career produced few formal lessons in policy making, no detailed guidance to be followed in specific circumstances. But the legacy of leadership needs to be inspirational, not solely doctrinal. De Gaulle led and inspired his followers by example, not by prescription. More than a half-century after his death, French foreign policy can still adequately be described as Gaullist. And his life is a case study in how great leaders can master circumstance and forge history. De Gaulle and Churchill compared. The opening chapter of this book contains reflections on categorizing great leaders as either prophets or statesmen. The prophet is defined by his vision, the statesman by his analytical ability and diplomatic skill. The prophet is in quest of the absolute, and for him compromise can be a source of humiliation. For the statesman, compromise can be a stage on a road made up of comparable adjustments and accumulations of nuance but guided by the vision of the destination. De Gaulle defined his goals in the visionary mode of the prophet, but his execution was in the mode of the statesman, steely and calculating. His style of negotiation was to act unilaterally to create a fait accompli, and to conduct negotiations primarily over modifications of his purposes, not their alterations. He adopted this style even toward Winston Churchill, on whom he was totally dependent in 1944. Financial and diplomatic support, and to whom he owed his position and his continuation in office. It was one measure of Churchill's greatness to have recognized de Gaulle's ability immediately upon the latter's arrival in England without resources, arms, constituency, or even language, and to have accepted him as leader of the Free French, then existing as a political force primarily in the imagination of this one Frenchman. He soon learned that that vision embraced a memory of centuries of militant rivalry between their two nations, and that de Gaulle considered British dominance in theaters adjacent to Europe, such as the Middle East or Africa, as regrettable, even offensive. Nevertheless, and despite their occasionally serious conflicts, Churchill stood by de Gaulle on the key issues. Without his support, de Gaulle could not have survived the opposition of Roosevelt, which continued up to the gates of Paris. Churchill supported the formation of the Free French as a vestige of his seminal and romantic experience of the French-British alliance in the First World War, which had culminated in Britain's offer to formally merge the two states as France stood at the edge of disaster in the Second. Churchill maintained and strengthened this commitment as de Gaulle evolved from a convenience to greatness. Both of these giants of leadership possessed unusual analytical gifts and a special sense for the nuances of historical evolution. Yet they have left different legacies and drew from different wellsprings. Churchill grew out of participation in British politics. Like de Gaulle, he understood his times and prospects better, and ran greater risks than almost all his contemporaries. Because his vision outpaced his nation's understanding, he had to wait for highest office until the challenges faced by his contemporaries would confirm his foresight. When his hour at last arrived, he was able to lead his people through their direst period. By his character, which attracted both respect and affection, but also because he saw the effort they were impelled to make as part of a continuum with British history, which he was able to evoke with unique mastery. He became the symbol of their endurance and triumph. While Churchill viewed his leadership as enabling the British people to flourish and to culminate in their history, de Gaulle conducted himself as a singular event destined to lift his people toward an eminence that had been importantly dissipated, defiantly out of joint with the times in which he lived. De Gaulle strove for consensus by proclaiming the moral and practical importance of a vanished grandeur. He appealed not so much to a historic continuum as to what had been centuries earlier, and might again be. By this narrative, he helped France recover from its downfall and then led it to a new vision of itself. As André Malraux described him, he was a man of the day before yesterday and the day after tomorrow. 139. In the 17th century, Richelieu had devised the policy of a great state, but did so on behalf of a king whom he needed to persuade of the correct course. De Gaulle had to define the vision while he was in the process of implementing it, and it was the French people whom he had to convince at distinct stages. His statements do not therefore have the character of maxims, they are designed less to direct than to inspire. And he always referred to himself in the third person, as if his views were not his own but were to be perceived as expressions of destiny. Though both Churchill and de Gaulle saved their societies and peoples, there was a fundamental difference in their styles of leadership. Churchill reflected the quintessence of British leadership, which is based on a high but not exceptional level of collective performance out of which, with good fortune, an exceptional personality can appear at a moment of great necessity. Churchill's leadership was an extraordinary emanation of a tradition, fitting to its circumstances. His personal style was ebullient and leavened by delightful humor. De Gaulle's leadership was not an elaboration of a historic process but a unique expression of a personality and of a special set of principles. His humor was sardonic, designed to stress the distinctness, as well as the distinctiveness, of its subject matter. Where Churchill saw his leadership as the culmination of a historical process and a personal fulfillment, de Gaulle treated his encounter with history as a duty, one to be borne as a burden separated from any personal satisfaction. In 1932, the 42-year-old de Gaulle, then serving as a major in the French army, far removed from a foreseeable personal eminence, sketched a concept of greatness as not for the faint of heart. Aloofness, character, and the personification of greatness, these qualities surround with prestige those who are prepared to carry a burden which is too heavy for lesser mortals. The price they have to pay for leadership is unceasing self-discipline, the constant taking of risks, and a perpetual inner struggle. The degree of suffering involved varies according to the temperament of the individual, but it is bound to be no less tormenting than the hair shirt of the penitent. This helps to explain those cases of withdrawal which, otherwise, are so hard to understand. It constantly happens that men with an unbroken record of success and public applause suddenly lay the burden down. Contentment and tranquility and the simple joys which go by the name of happiness are denied to those who fill positions of power. The choice must be made, and it is a hard one, whence that vague sense of melancholy which hangs about the skirts of majesty. One day somebody said to Napoleon, as they were looking at an old and noble monument, "How sad it is." "Yes," came the reply, "as sad as greatness." 140. Behind the mystery. Charles de Gaulle attracted admirers, who were useful to him, but a relationship with him implied neither reciprocity nor permanence. He walks through history as a solitary figure, aloof, profound, courageous, disciplined, inspiring, infuriating, totally committed to his values and vision, and refusing to diminish them by personal emotion. While a prisoner of war in Germany in the First World War, he wrote in his diary, "One must become a man of character. The best way to succeed in action is to know how to dominate oneself perpetually." 141. And yet, reflecting on the passage of the seasons at Colombie, in the mid-1950s, de Gaulle ended his war memoir with a poem in which, for the only time in his writing, he used the personal pronoun, "as age triumphs, nature comes closer to me. Each year, in the 4 seasons, which are so many lessons, I find consolation in her wisdom. Spring makes all bright, even the snow flurries, and turns everything young, even the wizened trees. Summer proclaims the glories of nature's bounty. Nature retires in autumn, still beautiful in her robe of purple and gold. And even in winter, when all is barren and frozen, a secret labor is being accomplished, preparing the ground for new growth, perhaps even resurrection. Old earth, worn by ages, racked by rain and storm, exhausted yet ever ready to produce what life must have to go on. Old France, weighed down with history, prostrate by wars and revolutions, endlessly vacillating from greatness to decline, but revived, century after century, by the genius of renewal. Old man, exhausted by ordeal, detached from human deeds, feeling the approach of the eternal cold, but always watching in the shadows for the gleam of hope. 142. De Gaulle's seemingly impenetrable armor masked a deep reservoir of emotion, even gentleness, which we can see most clearly in his relationship with his disabled daughter Anne. Anne had Down syndrome, but Charles and Yvonne de Gaulle elected to raise her in their home, defying the contemporary practice of sending disabled children away to grow up in a psychiatric hospital. A photograph from 1933 captures the tenderness of their relationship. De Gaulle and Anne are seated on a beach, he aged 42, dressed in a dark 3-piece suit and tie with a top hat lying at his side, in uniform, even in civilian clothes, and she in white beach clothes. They appear to be playing patty cake. Anne died of pneumonia in 1948 at the age of 20. Without Anne, maybe I never would have done what I did. She gave me the Heart and the inspiration, de Gaulle later divulged to his biographer, Jean Lacouture 143. After her death, he carried a framed picture of her in his breast pocket for the rest of his life. De Gaulle died of an aneurysm less than 2 years after resigning the presidency, on November 9, 1970, at La Boisserie. He was, most appropriately, playing a game of solitaire. He was buried beside and in the parish churchyard of Colombier-les-Deux-Églises. 3. Richard Nixon, The Strategy of Equilibrium. The world to which Nixon came. Richard Nixon was one of the most controversial presidents in American history and the only president obliged to resign from office. He also had a seminal impact on the foreign policy of his period and its aftermath. As a president who reshaped a failing world order at the height of the Cold War. After 5.5 years in office, Nixon had ended American involvement in Vietnam, established the United States as the dominant external power in the Middle East, and imposed a triangular dynamic on the previously bipolar Cold War through the opening to China, ultimately putting the Soviet Union at a decisive strategic disadvantage. From December 1968, when he asked me to serve as his national security advisor, to the end of his presidency in August 1974, I was a close collaborator to his leadership and decision-making. We stayed in regular contact for the remaining 20 years of his life. At the age of 99, I returned to Nixon not to rehearse the controversies of a half-century ago, which I have addressed in 3 volumes of memoirs, but to analyze the thinking and character of a leader who assumed office amid unprecedented cultural and political turmoil and who transformed the foreign policy of his country by embracing a geopolitical concept of the national interest. By January 20, 1969, when Nixon took the presidential oath of office, the Cold War had reached full maturity. Commitments that the United States had assumed abroad during its post-war period of seemingly limitless power were beginning to prove beyond its material and emotional capacity to sustain. Domestic conflict over Vietnam was nearing an apex of intensity, spurring calls in some quarters for American military withdrawal and political retreat. Both the US and the Soviet Union were deploying missiles distinguished by enhanced payloads, improved accuracy, and intercontinental range. The Soviet Union was nearing parity with the US in the number of long-range strategic nuclear weapons and, according to some analysts, might even be attaining strategic superiority, raising concerns about sudden doomsday attacks and an extended period of political blackmail. In the months before Nixon's election in November 1968, the challenges his presidency would face began to take shape in 3 major strategic theaters: Europe, the Middle East and East Asia. In August 1968, the Soviet Union, together with its Eastern European satellites, occupied Czechoslovakia, whose sin had been to liberalize its system within the Soviet orbit. In Germany, the Soviet threat to West Berlin, initiated by Premier Nikita Khrushchev's 1958 ultimatum to the Western occupying powers to remove their forces within 6 months, persisted, periodically recurring in the form of a threat by Moscow to blockade the beleaguered city. Europe and Japan, both of which had recovered from the devastation of war under the security umbrella of the US, began to compete economically with the US and to nurse their own sometimes differing perceptions of the evolving world order. At the same time, the People's Republic of China, PRC, had become the 5th country to possess the world's most devastating weapons. After the United States, the Soviet Union, the United Kingdom and France, following a successful nuclear test in October 1964. Beijing swung between engaging with and withdrawing from the international system, training and financing Maoist guerrillas around the world, yet also, by spring 1967, withdrawing its ambassadors from nearly every country in the world amidst the upheaval of the Cultural Revolution. 1. In the Middle East, Nixon faced a region in the throes of conflict. The Sykes-Picot Agreement of 1916, whereby Britain and France had agreed to subsume the territories of the faltering Ottoman Empire under their respective spheres of influence, had led to the formation of largely Arab and Muslim polities that seemed, on the surface, members of a state system comparable to the one created by the Peace of Westphalia. But only on the surface, unlike the European territories still under the essentially Westphalian system, mid-20th century Middle Eastern states did not reflect common national identities or histories. Despite France and Britain's historical preeminence in the Middle East, each grew progressively less capable of projecting its power there. After the bloodletting of the two world wars, local upheavals, initially sparked by anti-colonial movements, were being swept into larger conflicts within the Arab world, and between Arab countries and the State of Israel. The latter, having been recognized by most Western countries within 2 years of its independence in 1948, was now seeking recognition from neighbors that regarded it as inherently illegitimate and as occupying territory rightfully theirs. During the decade preceding Nixon's inauguration, the Soviet Union began to exploit this gathering Middle East maelstrom and to exacerbate it by establishing ties with the authoritarian military regimes that had replaced the largely feudal governing structure left by the Ottoman Empire. Newly equipped with Soviet weapons, Arab armies extended the Cold War into a Middle East previously dominated by the West, sharpening the region's disputes and intensifying the risk that they might unleash a global cataclysm. Overshadowing all of these concerns as Nixon assumed office was the bloody stalemate in Vietnam. The preceding Johnson administration had dispatched more than 500,000 American troops to a region as remote from America culturally and psychologically as it was geographically. Over 50,000 more were still on the way there at the time of Nixon's inauguration. The task of extricating the United States from an inconclusive war, and of doing so under the most turbulent domestic circumstances since the American Civil War, fell to Nixon. The 5 years before his election had also witnessed domestic political controversy of an intensity without antecedent in post-bellum American history, the assassinations of President John F. Kennedy, his brother, and then Democratic presidential front-runner, Robert N. the path-breaking civil rights leader Martin Luther King, Jr. Violent protests over Vietnam, and demonstrations against the assassination of King, racked the streets of U.S. cities and shut down Washington for days on end. American history is replete with raucous domestic controversies, but the situation confronting Nixon was unprecedented in that, for the first time, an emerging national elite had convinced itself that defeat in war was at once strategically inevitable and ethically desirable. Such a conviction implied the breakdown of the centuries-long consensus that the national interest represented a legitimate, even moral, end. In some respects, this set of beliefs marked the re-emergence of an earlier isolationist impulse, according to which America's entanglement in foreign troubles was not only unnecessary for the nation's well-being but corrosive to its character. But now, rather than arguing that the nation's values were too elevated to countenance involvement in faraway conflicts, this new strand of isolationism held that America itself had become too corrupted to serve as a moral guidepost overseas. Proponents of this position, having secured a foothold, and eventually a near-dominant influence, in institutions of higher learning, viewed the Vietnam tragedy neither within a framework of geopolitics nor as an ideological struggle, but as the herald of a national catharsis that would spur a long overdue turn inward. An unforeseen invitation. While teaching at Harvard University, I had also acted as a part-time foreign policy advisor to New York Governor Nelson Rockefeller, Nixon's principal rival for the Republican nomination in both 1960 and 1968. In consequence, I did not expect any invitation to serve on the staff of the newly elected president. Yet such a call came, and I was offered the post of National Security Advisor, the second highest ranking presidential appointment not subject to Senate confirmation, behind the White House Chief of Staff. Nixon's decision to bestow such a responsibility on a Harvard professor with a record of opposing him illustrated both the president-elect's generosity of spirit and his willingness to break with conventional political thinking. Shortly after his electoral victory in November 1968, Nixon invited me to our first substantive meeting at his New York transition headquarters in the Pierre Hotel. I had encountered him only once before, fleetingly, at a Christmas party hosted by the formidable Claire Booth-Luce. The meeting provided an occasion to review the current international situation via a thoughtful, relaxed promenade through major foreign policy challenges, in the course of which Nixon shared his views and invited my comments. He offered no hint that the meeting was related to staffing his administration, let alone intended to assess my suitability for a particular position. As I was leaving, Nixon introduced me to a lanky Californian whom he identified as his chief of staff, H.R. Haldeman, without explanation. Nixon then ordered Haldeman to establish a direct telephone link to my office at Harvard. Haldeman wrote down the president-elect's order on a yellow pad but proceeded to do nothing about it, thus providing, along with my introduction to the multifaceted personality of the incoming president, an advanced lesson in the nature of bureaucratic conduct in a Nixon White House. Some presidential statements were symbolic, suggesting a direction but not a call for an immediate action. Intrigued but somewhat uncertain, I returned to Harvard to await developments. A few days later, John Mitchell, a law partner in the same firm as Nixon and on the verge of being nominated as Attorney General, telephoned me with the query, "Are you going to take the job or not?" When I replied, "What job?" he muttered something that sounded like another screw-up before inviting me to meet with the president-elect again the following day. This time, the position of National Security Advisor was offered explicitly. Awkwardly, I requested some time for reflection and consultation with associates familiar with my previous political positions. Other presidents or chief executives I have known, hearing such a vacillating reply, would have relieved me of the need for reflection by ending the discussion then and there. Instead, Nixon told me to take a week and, touchingly, suggested that I consult Lon Fuller, his former contract law professor at Duke, who was then teaching at Harvard Law School and was familiar with Nixon's way of thinking and conduct. The next day, I consulted with Nelson Rockefeller, who had just returned from a trip to his ranch in Venezuela. Rockefeller's reaction not only put an end to any ambivalence but also demonstrated that there was still underlying unity in the country. He chided me for postponing my decision and urged me to accept Nixon's offer. Immediately, when the president invites you to important service, he observed, delay is not an appropriate response. Keep in mind. Rockefeller added, that Nixon is taking a much bigger chance on you than you are on him. I telephoned Nixon that afternoon to say that I would be honored to serve in his administration. Nixon and I would eventually develop a relationship which, in its operational character, might have been described as a partnership. Although true partnership rarely exists when the power is so unequally distributed between the two sides. The president can dismiss his security advisor without procedure or warning and has the authority to impose his preferences without formal notice or discussion. And whatever contribution the security advisor might make, the president bears the ultimate responsibility for the decisions. These realities notwithstanding, Nixon never treated me as a subordinate when it came to issues of national security and foreign policy. Rather, he dealt with me as a kind of academic colleague. The same regard did not extend to domestic policy or electoral politics. I was never invited to meetings on these subjects, except during the Pentagon Papers episode, when classified Defense Department documents had been leaked. Our relationship assumed this collegial form from the beginning. Throughout, Nixon avoided derogatory references about my previous association with Nelson Rockefeller. Even when he was under great pressure, his conduct toward me was invariably courteous. This consistent graciousness was all the more remarkable because, side by side with the decisive and thoughtful Nixon described in these pages, there was another Nixon, insecure about his image, uncertain of his authority and plagued by a nagging self-doubt. This other Nixon was accompanied by a version of Adam Smith's impartial spectator, that is, a second you, standing outside yourself, observing and judging your actions. Nixon seemed to me to have been haunted by such critical self-awareness all his life. This part of Nixon involved a restless pursuit of approbation, a prize frequently withheld by the very groups that mattered most to him. Even within his established relationships, an element of reserve was palpable. While encounters outside his inner circle, particularly those involving persons of stature, were likely to be treated as demanding a kind of performance. Nixon's purpose was not always to communicate information, rather, his language was often meant to convey an impression of some end that had not necessarily been revealed to the other party. Given these complexities, Nixon would, on occasion, make statements that did not reflect the full scope of his designs. This conduct should not be confused with indecision. He was clear about his goals and pursued them with determination and subtlety. At the same time, however, he often sought to preserve his options by selecting the most advantageous time and forum in which to debate them. The combination of these qualities produced the special characteristics of the Nixon administration. Extremely knowledgeable, especially about foreign policy issues, and highly effective in presenting his analyses. Nixon, nevertheless, recoiled from face-to-face confrontations, loath to transmit direct orders to disagreeing cabinet members. He would choose Haldeman or Mitchell for that task, or me, on issues of foreign policy. Serving as an assistant to Nixon required an awareness of this modus operandi. Not every comment made or order issued by the president was intended to be interpreted or carried out literally. The instruction to Haldeman to install a direct phone line to my office at the end of our first meeting is one example. He wanted to convey to his staff that he was going to seek to add me to his team, but he was not yet ready to offer me the position in circumstances in which I might refuse it in the hearing of others. Another more consequential example, In August 1969, an American airliner en route from Rome to Israel was hijacked by Palestinian terrorists and flown to Damascus. When I communicated the news to Nixon, who was enjoying a Saturday evening dinner with old friends in Florida, he replied, "Bomb the airport of Damascus." Rather than serving as an official directive, this statement was intended to impress both his advisors and his dining companions with his determination to put an end to hijackings. As Nixon well knew, however, initiating any such military action requires more than a simple order from the president. There needs to be a follow-up directive containing operational instructions to the implementing departments. In anticipation of such a follow-up decision, Secretary of Defense Melvin Laird, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Earl Wheeler, and I spent much of the evening ensuring that preliminary steps for such a strike were taken, specifically, moving a 6th Fleet aircraft carrier toward Cyprus to position it to carry out the order. Although a president's staff is pledged to execute his orders, it is also obliged to give him the full opportunity to reflect on the implications of his actions. In this case, Nixon settled the issue the following morning. As part of his morning briefing, I updated him on the Damascus airport hostage situation, conveying that the 6th Fleet's ships were now near Cyprus. "Did anything else happen?" he asked. When I replied that nothing had, he responded with a single word, "Good," delivered without moving a facial muscle. Nothing further was said or done about the airstrike too. Thus Nixon's immediate entourage learned that sweeping statements were not necessarily intended to result in explicit actions. Often, they conveyed a mood or were used to assess an interlocutor's views. 2. Postpone irreversible actions until the president could make a considered decision. Haldeman set up a staff system seeing to it that Nixon's Oval Office meetings took place in the presence of a presidential assistant. The senior advisors, in turn, were obliged to pass on directives through the White House Chief of Staff. Trouble could arise when those with no regular contact with the president found themselves in his company as he debated his options on an issue with himself. Illustrative here is former Eisenhower aide, and friend of Nixon, Bryce Harlow's pithy explanation for the Watergate debacle: "Some damn fool got into the Oval Office and did what he was told." Unsurprisingly, Nixon's own assessment of his qualities was less oblique than the foregoing account might suggest. Shortly after my July 1971 secret visit to China, and Nixon's announcement that he himself would make the journey the following year, Nixon sent me recommendations for briefing the press. Referring to himself in the third person, he wrote, "One effective line you could use in your talks with the press is how RN is uniquely prepared for this meeting, and how ironically in many ways he has similar characteristics and background to Chinese Premier Zhou." Inlay. I am just listing a few of the items that might be emphasized. 1. Strong convictions. 2. Came up through adversity. 3. At his best in a crisis. Cool. Unflappable. 4. A tough, bold, strong leader, willing to take chances where necessary. 5. A man who takes the long view, never being concerned about tomorrow's headlines but about how the policy will look years from now. 6. A man with a philosophical turn of mind. 7. A man who works without notes, in meetings with 73 heads of state and heads of government. RN has had hours of conversation without any notes. 8. A man who knows Asia and has made a particular point of traveling in Asia and studying Asia. 9. A man who in terms of his personal style is very strong and very tough where necessary, steely, but who is subtle and appears almost gentle. The tougher his position usually, the lower his voice. 3. That the note is evidence of both significant insecurity and determined self-promotion requires no elaboration. Yet Nixon's self-assessment was essentially accurate. He did have a wealth of foreign policy experience, he was at his most effective in a crisis, he was bold, but given to careful, occasionally excruciating deliberation and analysis. He had an enormous appetite for information, he took the long view, engaged in careful reflections about the nation's challenges and was often at his best in high-pressure, set-piece meetings with other world leaders, at least those involving presentation rather than negotiation. That he was preoccupied with the appearance of being in charge, to the point that he sometimes embellished the record, does not contradict the achievements of his administration. Given the national stakes involved and the time pressure under which decisions often need to be made, no senior White House relationship can be entirely free of friction. In my own case, Nixon's insecurities occasionally led to presidential resentment when the media emphasized my contribution to national policy to the derogation of his own. The French philosopher Raymond Aron, my lifelong friend and intellectual mentor, once commented that the press's prominent coverage of my role served as an alibi for its hostility to Nixon. The resulting tensions were explicitly addressed only rarely, and, even then, never by Nixon himself, but by associates such as Haldeman or Domestic Affairs advisor John Ehrlichman. Nonetheless, I never experienced the kind of language which, I later learned, Nixon occasionally inflicted on others. When the transcripts of Nixon's Oval Office conversations became public, I called George Shultz, who had served as budget director and secretary of the Treasury, to ask whether I had become so inured to profanity that I did not remember Nixon's use of it. Schultz's recollections were comparable to mine. In our dealings with him, Nixon's language was courteous and fastidious. Nixon's handicaps, his anxiety, the insecurities that prompted his need to extract maximum respect, his reluctance to confront face-to-face disagreements, ultimately damaged his presidency. But the achievements of Nixon's career require recognition as a stupendous effort to transcend inhibitions that would have defeated a lesser leader. National security decision-making in the Nixon White House. Every White House establishes a framework for decision-making to facilitate the choices only the commander-in-chief is in a position to make. As soon as he was appointed Chief of Staff, Haldeman created a White House organization that enabled Nixon to balance his convictions and his inhibitions, obscuring his weaknesses while achieving a considerable measure of coherence. Access to the president, as a general matter, was in the presence of one of two White House presidential assistants, Ehrlichman for domestic policy, me for national security issues. Our offices were responsible for preparing the president for each upcoming meeting, sketching both issues that might be raised and potential responses to offer. Nixon would study these recommendations carefully before meetings but never had notes in front of him during the actual conversation. When Nixon and I were both in Washington, I was generally his first appointment of the day. I accompanied him on his foreign trips and attended every official meeting. When either of us was traveling domestically, we typically communicated by phone at least once a day. The first subject on our agenda was generally the presidential daily brief, prepared by the Central Intelligence Agency. Absent a crisis, Nixon spent relatively little time on day-to-day issues and much more on the historical background or dynamics of a particular region or situation. He was always focused on what constituted potential turning points or key impending decisions. During these discussions, which frequently extended over many hours. The strategic thinking of the Nixon administration was shaped. Having served as Eisenhower's vice president, Nixon sought to replicate his predecessor's national security procedures while adapting them to his requirements. To that end, he asked General Andrew Goodpaster, who for a period had coordinated Eisenhower's National Security Council, to work with me in setting up a comparable structure. For under Eisenhower, NSC staff had essentially prepared for meetings by collecting departmental views. During the subsequent Kennedy and Johnson periods, the Goodpaster staff was transformed by McGeorge Bundy and Walt Rostow to about 50 professionals, including academics, who participated in substantive preparations for the NSC meetings. In the Nixon administration, it retained a similar size. In the contemporary period, it has grown to as many as 405. When, early during the presidential transition, Goodpaster and I called on Eisenhower, then a patient with terminal heart illness at Walter Reed Hospital, I still harbored the notion, inherited from my Harvard days, that the former president's mind was as vague as the grammar he occasionally deployed in his press conferences. I quickly learned otherwise. He was familiar with national security issues in substance as well as their administrative ramifications. Eisenhower's facial features were vivid and expressive, exuding self-assurance, produced by decades of command. His manner of speaking was forceful, direct and eloquent. After welcoming Goodpaster, Eisenhower wasted no time in making his initial point. I might learn that he had not favored my appointment as security advisor, he said, because he did not consider academics adequately prepared for high-level decision-making. Nevertheless, he would give me whatever help he could. His assessment was that President Johnson's approach, in which the State Department had chaired the interdepartmental aspect of the national security process, had not worked because the Defense Department had resisted state leadership, and in any case state personnel were better suited to dialogue than strategic decision-making. Eisenhower then outlined his recommendations, the essence of which was to place the national security operation under the White House Security Advisor. The Security Advisor or his designee would chair various regional and technical subcommittees. A committee at the Deputy Secretary level should then vet the group's deliberations for the National Security Council. Goodpaster drafted these recommendations, and Nixon adopted them. The structure has remained essentially intact ever since. Within any given administration, however, intangibles of personality will inevitably affect the actual distribution of power. During NSC meetings in which the designated cabinet officials, Secretaries of State, Defense, and Treasury as well as CIA Director, were present, Nixon was skillful at formulations that implied a desired goal, without committing to a particular implementation. Exploration of options became his way of eliciting information about potential courses of action without involving a confrontation over a decision. This approach enabled the president to separate long-range policy from day-to-day processes. It also permitted him to grasp the range of options as if he were dealing with an abstract intellectual problem, independent of personal preferences or departmental prerogatives. Wherever feasible, Nixon's actual decision would be conveyed subsequently, when, I can think of no exception, he would not have to confront any disagreement face to face. Adopting Eisenhower's NSC plan facilitated Nixon's long-time determination to control foreign policy from the White House. A decision memorandum issued in his name would announce his plan of action. In particularly controversial situations, as, For example, in the 1970 incursion into Cambodia in pursuit of North Vietnamese divisions. Stationed there, Haldeman or Attorney General John Mitchell personally reinforced the final decision to the relevant cabinet secretary, indicating that it was beyond further discussion. Nixon's inhibitions did not constrain his decisiveness. In moments of crisis, he drove the process, if indirectly, via my staff. And at several key points, such as during the 1972 response to North Vietnam's Easter offensive against the South, or the October 1973 strategic airlift of weapons and supplies to Israel during the Yom Kippur War, he intervened by issuing a direct order. By January 1969, when Nixon took office, the nature of the American debate over Vietnam had undergone an upheaval. The early domestic disputes about Southeast Asia had remained traditional, they concerned disagreements over the means for achieving agreed-upon ends. Universities debated Vietnam at teach-ins, which took the good faith of the opposing sides for granted. By the Johnson presidency, judgments of the American conduct in Vietnam turned on precisely that issue of good faith. Opponents declared the war immoral and contrary to traditional American values. Their response was a challenge to both established policies and the moral legitimacy of successive administrations, to the point where some anti-war activists sought to undermine the very operation of government through huge public demonstrations, sometimes for days on end. Another tactic was the massive leaking of classified governmental information, justified by a definition of open government incompatible with any element of secrecy. Secrecy, Nixon acknowledged in his memoirs, unquestionably exacts a high price in the form of a less free and creative interchange of ideas within the government. But, he added, in some quantity it is always necessary in affairs of state. I can say unequivocally that without secrecy there would have been no opening to China, no SALT agreement with the Soviet Union, and no peace agreement ending the Vietnam War. 6. In this connection, Eisenhower taught me an essential lesson about serving in Washington. In mid-March 1969, when the former president was clearly weakening, Nixon invited me to join in briefing his predecessor on a recent NSC meeting regarding the Middle East, which had discussed the growing Soviet military presence in the region and the balance in our response between diplomatic and other measures. As he was in the process of coming to a decision, Nixon asked me to outline for Eisenhower the options discussed by the NSC. The next morning, the content of the NSC meeting appeared in the media. General Robert Schultz, Eisenhower's military aide, called very early that morning to connect me with the former president. Unleashing a torrent of expletives not commonly associated with his benign public persona, Eisenhower castigated me for the constraint on Nixon's options brought about by the leakage of NSC deliberations. When I asked whether he thought my office had done the leaking, he went through another catalogue of invectives to underline that my assignment was to protect the secrecy of classified information throughout the entire national security system. I had not carried out that assignment if I construed it as only applying to the security of my own office. My reply, that we had been in office for only 2 months and had done our utmost to control the leaking during that time, found no greater favor. Young man, I was then 46, let me give you one fundamental piece of advice, Eisenhower said in an almost fatherly tone. Never tell anyone that you are unable to carry out a task entrusted to you. Those were the last words I heard from Eisenhower. He died 2 weeks later. Nixon's worldview. Nixon's assessments of the past and intuitions about the future were derived both from his substantial international experience as a political figure and his years of reflection while out of office. International travel. In his position as vice president, and presumed future presidential candidate, had brought him into contact with world leaders who sought to understand American thinking and to gauge his own future prospects. In these circles he was treated as a serious figure, an attitude not always in evidence among domestic adversaries or journalists. Nixon's convictions about foreign policy did not fit neatly into existing political categories. In his congressional career, he had been conspicuously engaged in the debate over the trial of the former State Department official and alleged Soviet agent Alger Hiss, whom much of the political establishment regarded as the victim of a witch hunt. Until, and even after, he was convicted of perjury and imprisoned. Thus, by the time Nixon was inaugurated, both conservatives and liberals had a well-formed conception of him. Conservatives saw him as a staunch anti-communist and hardline Cold Warrior, expecting him to display a confrontational style of diplomacy. Liberals worried he might initiate a period of American muscle flexing abroad and domestic controversy at home. Nixon's foreign policy views were far more nuanced than his critics' perception of them. Molded by his experiences of public service in the Navy during the Second World War, in Congress, and as vice president, he was unshakably convinced of the basic legitimacy of the American way of life, particularly the opportunities for social mobility, as his own life personified. In keeping with the foreign policy verities of the day, he believed in America's special responsibility to defend the cause of freedom internationally, and especially the freedom of America's democratic allies. In seeking to end the conflict in Vietnam, which he had inherited, he was driven by the specter of the impact of an American retreat on the nation's credibility as an ally but also as a power and presence in the world at large. Nixon's view of America's international duties was put forward during an address on July 6, 1971, as he explained the U.S. obligation in Vietnam in essentially nonpartisan terms, blaming neither his Democratic predecessors nor the anti-war left. He acknowledged and specified the then prevalent criticisms of U.S. policy. The United States can't be trusted with power, the United States should recede from the world scene and take care of its own problems and leave world leadership to somebody else, because we engage in immorality in the conduct of our foreign policy. 7. Accepting that the U.S. had made initial missteps in Vietnam, as it had in other wars, he then asked the central question, what other nation in the world would you like to have in the position of preeminent power? America was a nation that did not seek the preeminent world position. It came to us because of what had happened in World War II. But here is a nation that has helped its former enemies, that is generous now to those that might be its opponents, that the world is very fortunate to have in a position of world leadership. 8. While Nixon reiterated his post-war vision of U.S. global leadership, he challenged prevailing American foreign policy assumptions. Then, as now, an important school of thought maintained that stability and peace were the normal state of international affairs, while conflict was the consequence of either misunderstanding or malevolence. Once hostile powers were decisively overcome or defeated, the underlying harmony or trust would re-emerge. In this quintessentially American conception, conflict was not inherent but artificial. Nixon's perception was more dynamic. He viewed peace as a state of fragile and fluid equilibrium among the great powers, a precarious balance that in turn constituted a vital component of international stability. In an interview for Time in January 1972, he stressed a balance of power as a prerequisite for peace. It is when one nation becomes infinitely more powerful in relation to its potential competitor that the danger of war arises. So I believe in a world in which the United States is powerful. I think it will be a safer world and a better world if we have a strong, healthy United States, Europe, Soviet Union, China, Japan, each balancing the other, not playing one against the other, an even balance. 9. Any of the great British statesmen of the 19th century would have made a comparable statement about the balancing of power in Europe. Although Europe and Japan never did materialize as powers of comparable capacity during Nixon's period in office, triangulation between China and the Soviet Union became a principle of U.S. policy. From Nixon's tenure until the end of the Cold War and beyond, indeed, it contributed importantly to the conflict's successful outcome. Nixon placed his strategy into a specific American context. At the dawn of the 20th century, Theodore Roosevelt, 1901-9, had expressed the view that one day America would inherit Britain's role of upholding the global equilibrium, which was itself based on the experience of maintaining a balance of power on the European continent. 10 But subsequent presidents eschewed this kind of analysis. Instead, the vision championed by Woodrow Wilson, 1913-21, became dominant, namely, that international stability must be sought by means of collective security, defined by the joint enforcement of international law, in Wilson's words, not a balance of power, but a community of power, not organized rivalries, but an organized common peace. 11. Nixon sought to restore the balance of power, thinking of Theodore Roosevelt to American foreign policy. Like Roosevelt, he considered the national interest to be the defining objective in the pursuit of national strategy and foreign policy. Recognizing that national interests are often in tension with each other and not always reconcilable in so-called win-win outcomes, he saw the statesman's task as identifying and managing those differences. This could be accomplished either by mitigating them, or, when necessary and as a last resort, by overcoming them with force. In such extreme cases, he was prone to apply a maxim he frequently put to his associates: you pay the same price for conducting policy half-heartedly or hesitantly as for doing it the correct way and with conviction. In Nixon's foreign policy vision, the United States should be the principal shaper of a fluid system of shifting balances. This role had no definable terminal point, but if America resigned from it, he believed, there would be global chaos. America's permanent responsibility was to participate in an international dialogue and to take leadership of that dialogue where appropriate. In his first inaugural address, Nixon therefore proclaimed a new era of negotiations, diplomacy and linkage. Nixon's foreign policy emphasized a twofold approach toward adversaries. One was to build American strength and alliances, especially the Atlantic Alliance. The other was to maintain a constant dialogue with adversaries, like the Soviet Union and China, via the era of negotiations. By linking geopolitical and ideological designs, Nixon sought to overcome two obstacles that had made it difficult for Americans to meet their international challenges. In diplomacy, 1994, I would label these concepts the psychiatric versus the theological approach. The former holds that negotiations are ends in themselves, so that, once state adversaries meet face to face, their dispute may be dealt with as a manageable and potentially resolvable misunderstanding, almost similar to personal quarrels. The theological approach conceives of adversaries as infidels or apostates. and treats the very fact of negotiations with them as a kind of sin. 12. By contrast, Nixon conceived negotiations as an aspect of overall strategy, part of a seamless web of relevant factors, among them the diplomatic, economic, military, psychological, and ideological. Despite being a veteran anti-communist, Nixon did not regard ideological differences with communist states as barriers to diplomatic engagement. Rather, he viewed diplomacy as a preferred method for thwarting hostile designs and transforming adversarial relations into either engagement or the isolation of the adversary. Thus, the opening to China was based on the conviction that Mao Zedong's communist rigidities could be offset by exploiting the Soviet threat to China's security. Likewise, during the October 1973 Arab-Israeli War, his conviction that Moscow's Middle East clients would be unable to achieve their regional objectives by force created a strategic and psychological opening to weaken Soviet influence and put America in the position to broker peace. Nixon was never tempted by the conceit that establishing personal rapport with foreign leaders could transcend conflicting national interests. We all must recognize that the United States and the Soviet Union have very profound and fundamental differences, Nixon said during a 1970 speech to the Union General Assembly, explaining that to think otherwise would slight the seriousness of our disagreements. Genuine progress in our relations calls for specifics, not merely atmospherics. A true détente is built by a series of actions, not by a superficial shift in the apparent mood. 13. Negotiating with ideological adversaries from a position of strength would lead to an order favorable to American interests and security aspirations. Following these principles, Nixon early in his first term obtained congressional approval for national missile defense, an initiative that many regarded as a hawkish provocation of Moscow. Yet in the following decades, missile defense has proven an indispensable component of strategy. Similarly, when Soviet-backed and equipped Syrian forces invaded Jordan in 1970, Nixon invoked a regional alert. And when Soviet Premier Leonid Brezhnev threatened intervention at the end of the Yom Kippur War in October 1973, he raised a global alert. Although he was adamant about containing the Soviet Union, his ultimate goal was to build a structure of peace. Explaining his perspective during the 1970 UN General Assembly, Nixon said, "Power is a fact of international life. Our mutual obligation is to discipline that power, to seek together with other nations to ensure that it is used to maintain peace, not to threaten the peace." 14. Still, how was peace to be defined and achieved? George Kennan, the visionary architect of the post-Second World War containment policy, along with Secretaries of State Dean Acheson and John Foster Dulles, had seemed content to wait out the Soviet Union by building up American strength, confident that history would eventually bring about a Soviet transformation or collapse. But 2 decades marked by tense thermonuclear stalemate, compounded by the trauma of Vietnam, had left the U.S. in need of a more active strategy. Nixon's policy was designed to move Moscow and Beijing to accept the legitimacy of the international system and behave according to principles compatible with America's security interests and values by exploiting their differences via diplomacy. Nixon described himself as a skilled negotiator. This was accurate with respect to big-picture discussions designed to draw an interlocutor into a strategic dialogue. But his reluctance to deal with direct confrontation disinclined him to engage in the reciprocal balancing and adjustment of nuances by which diplomacy operates. In any event, negotiating detailed diplomatic settlements is a craft from which presidents would be well advised to refrain. Given the vast self-confidence needed to achieve their eminence, presidents as negotiators are likely to prove either too accommodating or too confrontational, or both, the former when they rely on their ability to manipulate by personal charm, the latter when, drawing on the pressures that enabled their domestic rise, they equate diplomacy with confrontation. A diplomatic deadlock between top leaders complicates any adjustment within the internal governance of both sides. Another reason why detailed issues should be dealt with at lower levels, where technical expertise is more concentrated and accommodation less personally threatening. If only a few issues remain for the final phase, leaders will be liberated to crown a substantive outcome with symbolic adjustment and a celebratory flourish. Nixon's strengths as a statesman resided at the two ends of geopolitical strategy, analytical rigor in design and great boldness in execution. He was at his best in dialogues over long-range objectives, and in efforts to draw his counterpart onto the edges of a strategic undertaking. While restless during face-to-face negotiations over the minutiae of strategic arms limitations with Brezhnev at the Moscow summit of 1972, Nixon was eager to discuss principles of U.S.-Chinese geopolitics with Zhou Enlai, and effective in doing so, during the Beijing summit that same year, laying the groundwork for a parallel U.S.-China strategy to thwart the Soviet drive for global hegemony. Nixon combined his attitude to negotiations with a strategy that was ungenial to the foreign policy establishment, linkage. On February 4, 1969, he sent a letter to Secretary of State William Rogers and Defense Secretary Melvin Laird emphasizing the new administration's approach. Its essence was a dramatic move away from the previous administration's tendency to compartmentalize seemingly disparate issues. I recognize that the previous administration took the view that when we perceive a mutual interest on an issue with the USSR, we should pursue agreement and attempt to insulate it as much as possible from the ups and downs of conflicts elsewhere. This may well be sound on numerous bilateral and practical matters such as cultural or scientific exchanges. But, on the crucial issues of our day, I believe we must seek to advance on a front at least broad enough to make clear that we see some relationship between political and military issues. 16. The memorandum elicited unease, to put it mildly, among advocates of the prevailing view, which was to negotiate on issues as they emerged to prevent them from contaminating realms of potential cooperation. Such an approach mirrored the government's departmental structure, in which disparate departments and offices lobby for their preferred line of effort. Nixon recognized that such segmentation ran the risk at that period of enabling the Soviet Union to prescribe the agenda and use negotiations as a cover to advance its imperial aims. In the end, Nixon's approach powerfully altered the Soviet calculus. 3 weeks after the announcement on July 15, 1971 of Nixon's intention to visit to China, he was invited to a summit in Moscow. In May 1972, only 3 weeks after he had ordered the bombing of North Vietnam and the mining of Haiphong Harbor, and 3 months after the summit in Beijing, a week-long U.S.-Soviet summit in Moscow would demonstrate the Soviet Union's eagerness to stabilize relations with America. The Strategic Arms Limitation Treaty, SALT I, the Anti-Ballistic Missile, ABM, Treaty and the Incidents at Sea Agreement were signed by Nixon and Brezhnev during that summit as steps toward the goal Nixon put forward in his first inaugural address, strengthening the structure of peace. The 1974 Threshold Test Ban Treaty continued the process, as did the 1975 Helsinki Accords, which were agreed during the succeeding Gerald Ford administration. These agreements highlighted another term, détente, that came to be associated with Nixon's foreign policy and evoked controversy. Derived from the French infinitive détendre, to loosen, and therefore shrouded in inscrutable implications, it implied a relaxation of tensions among the superpowers. The primary objection to it was the contention that American diplomacy should focus on undermining and eventually destroying the Soviet system and those of other adversaries. Contrarily, Nixon and I argued that declaring overthrow of the entire system as the defining objective would overshadow every controversy, with the risk of an ultimate confrontation in an age of weapons of mass destruction and revolutionary technology in other fields. Instead, we favored a strong military position coupled with a diplomacy that achieved the defense of American strategic interests via multiple options. Another purpose of détente was to give the Soviets a stake in key aspects of the U.S.-Soviet relationship. Relations were to be fostered when Soviet conduct was responsible and reduced or modified in periods of stress. The approaches of strength and of diplomacy were kept on the table simultaneously and executed as part of the same strategy. As we shall see, the United States responded strongly to high-risk challenges, posing a maximum incentive for restraint by the other side, as in the Jordan crisis of 1970, the South Asia conflict of 1971, and the Middle East War of 1973. At the same time, it always kept open a vision of coexistence with adversaries. A trip to Europe. Nixon's first foreign trip as president took place a month after his inauguration, from February 23 to March 2, 1969. The proclaimed purpose was to restore a new spirit of cooperation after differences over Vietnam and Middle East policy had strained America's relationship with its European allies. But the trip's elevated purpose ran up against the complexities of Europe's growing quest for a new identity. While the continent had substantially recovered economically from the ravages of the Second World War, it was still only beginning the process of creating common institutions and remained far from its avowed goal of devising a common geopolitical strategy. For 4 centuries, Europeans' military prowess and contributions to political philosophy had shaped the world. Now, however, the nations of Europe, above all, feared Soviet pressures backed by military force. As a result, although the Allies considered American military support via NATO indispensable, they were also moving to gain greater autonomy in shaping their political and, especially, economic future. Nixon's first venture into foreign policy had been as a congressman on the 1947 Herter Committee, a forerunner of the 1948 Marshall Plan. The committee's fall 1947 trip to Europe helped shape Nixon's lasting commitment to an organic link between America and the continent. At that time, Europe was eager for a deeper American connection. A quarter century later, when Nixon became president, European leaders were still preoccupied with the continent's internal evolution, while only nominally committed to enhancing their political partnership with the U.S. To complicate matters, within a year of Nixon's visit, every major European government would be replaced for domestic reasons. 2 months later, Charles de Gaulle, who had twice vetoed British membership in the European Community, the predecessor of the EU, retired and was succeeded by Georges Pompidou. Likewise, Chancellor Kurt George Kiesinger, our host in Germany, who basically followed the Adenauer course, would be replaced before the year was out by Willy Brandt, who would adopt a more flexible policy toward the Soviet Union under the aegis of Ostpolitik *Prime Minister Harold Wilson. Our British host would lose an election to the Conservative leader, Edward Heath, who would seek to put distance between London and Washington by giving greater priority to securing membership in a united Europe than to fostering the UK's established ties with America. Nixon therefore found himself on a journey to convey America's long-term reassurances to a group of leaders focused on their domestic political horizons. Nor were these the only ironies attending his 8-day visit. Even as his hosts encouraged him to initiate talks on nuclear arms control with the Soviet Union and on ending the Vietnam War, they grew uneasy. When he accepted their recommendations on a broad basis, in due course, and with proper preparation, the United States will enter into negotiations with the Soviet Union on a wide range of issues, Nixon stated during remarks at NATO headquarters in Brussels, acknowledging that such talks will affect our European allies, though they would be conducted by the United States on its own. With that in mind, he stressed the importance of maintaining cooperation and unity. We will do so on the basis of full consultation and cooperation with our allies, because we recognize that the chances for successful negotiations depend on our unity. 17. The address generated ambivalence. European allies welcomed support against the Soviet threat yet remained uneasy about what U.S.-Soviet negotiations might actually entail. Nixon's purported intention of injecting diplomatic fluidity into a frozen international situation produced a mixture of approval and anxiety, while his call for genuine consultation with the Allies before the fact raised questions about the alliance's cohesiveness that have continued into our present moment. The U.S. relationship with Europe under Nixon evolved at a cooperative, consultative level, and Nixon's personal commitment to NATO was pervasive. Still deeper structural issues were explored but not resolved. What degree of cooperation was needed outside the treaty area, for example in the Middle East or Asia? How much unity did the alliance need amidst a fragmenting world and an exploding technology? How much diversity could it stand? Part of the ambivalence can be ascribed to the Vietnam War, which European leaders generally perceived as a diversion from their own central security interests. Differential assessments of global risk between America and Europe created further challenges, such as the German Ostpolitik, which advocated a forward political approach to the Soviet Union. A significant transformation of Atlantic relations occurred during the third year of the Nixon presidency in the economic field. The 1944 Bretton Woods Agreement had established fixed exchange rates between foreign currencies and the dollar and allowed governments to exchange dollars for gold at $35 per ounce. It had worked well for 2 decades. But by the late 1960s was coming under increasing strain. 18 As Western Europe and Japan recovered from the Second World War, they accumulated dollar reserves, $40 billion by 1971, compared with U.S. gold reserves worth $10 billion. Lacking confidence in the U.S. ability to sustain gold convertibility, foreign governments, led by France, demanded that ever more dollars be exchanged for gold. 19. Nixon reacted with characteristic decisiveness. Over 3 days at Camp David in August 1971, he conferred with his economic advisors. Federal Reserve Chairman Arthur Burns sought to preserve the Bretton Woods system, while Treasury Secretary John Connally and Office of Management and Budget Director George Shultz favored an end to the dollar-gold link, with Shultz going so far as to propose a new system of floating exchange rates. 20 Siding with Connally and Shultz, Nixon judged that dollar-gold convertibility could not be preserved and that Any attempt to maintain it would invite speculative attacks on the dollar. He announced a temporary suspension of dollar convertibility to gold on Sunday, August 15 *. Both this decision and the unilateral manner in which it was made unsettled some allies. France was strongly opposed to the suspension of the link. French Finance Minister Valéry Giscard d'Estaing, later to become president, worried that, without the tether of the link, American economic inflation might spread throughout the global financial system. 21 On its part, West Germany was concerned that the sudden and unilateral change heralded a resurgence of economic nationalism. 22 To assuage these anxieties and develop the outlines of a new long-term monetary arrangement, Under-Secretary of the Treasury Paul Volcker met with European counterparts. These efforts culminated in the Smithsonian Agreement of December 1971, which devalued the dollar and established new exchange rates. But fixed exchange rates proved difficult to sustain without the gold standard, and the agreement fell apart by February 1973, leading the major economies to adopt floating exchange rates. 23 Despite initial fears, the system still endures. Nixon's dramatic decisions at Camp David shifted the global monetary order to a more flexible, but ultimately more sustainable, equilibrium. In 1973, Nixon responded to the continuing debates over the monetary system as well as the European uneasiness about nuclear weapons and the Vietnam War by proposing the Year of Europe. This involved a declaration of long-term partnership between Europe and the United States following the then approaching conclusion of the Vietnam War. In a speech delivered in New York in April 1973, I proposed, on behalf of Nixon, that the U.S. and its European partners reach by the end of the year a statement of common purposes in both political and strategic fields, modeled on the Atlantic Charter signed by Franklin Roosevelt and Winston Churchill on August 14, 1941. The purpose was to bring the common security efforts up to date with technological development and to define common political purposes in light of the evolution of the crisis in different parts of the world. The proposal proved premature. Our allies were receptive to a restatement of strategic goals that involved their immediate security, but resisted global definitions of transatlantic political unity. Nixon supported the NATO structure, vigorously defended the freedom of Berlin and achieved an enhanced status for that city, which put an end to more than a decade of crisis and threats to Berlin access. He also maintained a continuous political dialogue with NATO and the principal leaders of Europe. After his presidency, U.S. initiatives outside the NATO area, as in counterinsurgency operations in Afghanistan or Iraq, for example, received European support, but more in order to maintain the American commitment to European defense against Russia than to express a common global purpose. Nixon's ultimate goal of an organic relationship with Europe on global issues has therefore remained on the agenda to this day. The Vietnam War and its conclusion. By the time Nixon took office, the U.S. had been involved in Vietnam for nearly 2 decades, as he was being inaugurated in January 1969. 30,000 American servicemen had already died in battle, and multiple anti-war protests, some of them violent, had taken place all over the country. At my first meeting with Nixon after the election at the Pierre Hotel, he emphasized that he was determined to end the war in Vietnam during his first term. He vowed to the families of fallen servicemen an outcome compatible with America's honor. He would seek to achieve it by a diplomacy of linkage with the Soviet Union. Conceivably his idea of an opening to China would also play a role. But he would not sell out the security of free peoples, as well as international peace and progress, depended on restoring and eventually renewing American leadership. Military and political efforts had to remain concurrent. The U.S. had joined the defense of South Vietnam against communist insurgents by sending military advisors as early as the presidency of Harry Truman. Eisenhower increased American aid and augmented the number of military advisors attached to the U.S. Embassy in Saigon from 35 to nearly 700 by 1956-24 toward the end of his presidency. Eisenhower concluded that new supply routes being opened by North Vietnamese encroachment into Laos and Cambodia, two weak and neutral countries bordering South Vietnam, were progressively threatening the safety of Saigon and needed to be resisted. This supply system, later dubbed the Ho Chi Minh Trail, stretched through rugged jungles along South Vietnam's 600-mile-long western border, rendering it difficult to discover, target or intercept. It had become the linchpin of the North Vietnamese strategy to undermine and ultimately overthrow the South Vietnamese government. During the presidential transition of 1960, Eisenhower advised his successor, John F. Kennedy, to deploy American combat forces in the region and, if necessary, resist incursions into the neutral border countries. Kennedy did not immediately act on Eisenhower's advice, seeking instead a political solution via negotiation with Hanoi. The outcome was the 1962 International Agreement on the Neutrality of Laos. But when Hanoi later violated Laotian neutrality through increased infiltration, Kennedy responded by assigning 15,000 American troops to train and advise South Vietnamese combat units. Believing South Vietnam's autocratic ruler, Ngo Dinh Diem, lacked broad support and the political will to win, the Kennedy administration encouraged the country's military to replace him. That coup, which led to Diem's assassination on November 2, 1963, hollowed out the South Vietnamese government amidst a civil war in which, by definition, the besieged government is the principal prize. The North Vietnamese used this opportunity to introduce regular combat units to reinforce their guerrilla forces. After Kennedy's assassination on November 22, 1963, Lyndon B. Johnson escalated U.S. military efforts in Vietnam on the advice of the national security team he had inherited from Kennedy, the sole dissenter being George Ball, the Undersecretary of State. Johnson would soon realize, however, that the political ambiguities in the region were compounded by the complexity of devising a military strategy. The sheer scale of the U.S. deployment to so distant a location created an imperative for America to end the war quickly. But Hanoi's strategy was to protract the conflict so as to exhaust the Americans psychologically. In a contest between a mechanized army and jungle-based guerrilla forces, the latter enjoy the advantage, in that they win as long as they do not lose. By January 1969, North Vietnam had consolidated the western third of Laos and portions of Cambodia out of reach of American power as bases through which it sent most of its supplies to South Vietnam, imperiling the southernmost portion of South Vietnam, including Saigon. It was thus in a logistical position to test American domestic endurance by applying a strategy which North Vietnamese Premier Pham Van Dong had told New York Times correspondent Harrison Salisbury was based on the belief that the North Vietnamese were more profoundly committed to Vietnam than the Americans, in essence, that more Vietnamese would be prepared to die for Vietnam than would Americans. 25. Deadlock on the battlefield and growing casualties created a civic fracturing on the American home front. It began on college campuses during the Johnson administration as a debate over objectives and Feasibilities. By the time Nixon took his oath of office, it had exploded into a confrontation over the relationship between American values and American methods. Was the war just? If it was unjust, would it not be better to abandon the entire enterprise? While the latter position was initially considered radical, it soon became the conventional wisdom among broad swaths of the American elite. American exceptionalism was turned on its head. The righteous idealism that had inspired and sustained the country's post-Second World War assumption of international responsibilities was now, in light of Vietnam, invoked in wholesale repudiation of America's global role. The crisis of faith ignited by Vietnam extended well beyond the war to the very character and essence of American purposes. As college teach-ins dissolved into mass demonstrations, a point was reached where, in the election year of 1968, President Johnson was precluded from making public appearances except on military bases. Nonetheless, unilateral withdrawal from the war remained unpopular with the general public, and both Hubert Humphrey, the Democratic presidential nominee, and his Republican opponent, Richard Nixon, rejected unilateral withdrawal but campaigned on the promise that they would seek a way to end the war by negotiation. Nixon was not explicit about the method except to say that it would be a new approach. The Democratic protest platform spoke of withdrawals without specificity. The issue that split the Democratic Party and produced riots at its presidential convention in August was over a plank urging the mutual withdrawal of both American and North Vietnamese military forces from South Vietnam. The size of the proposed American withdrawal, as envisaged by Senator Edward Ted Kennedy and other dovish Democrats, was specified only as of a significant number 26. From our first meeting, Nixon had insisted on an honorable outcome in Vietnam as a component of American world leadership. During the transition period after the election, we defined honorable as giving the people of Indochina, who had fought for freedom, an opportunity to determine their own fate. By then, the domestic protest had moved to urging unilateral withdrawal. Nixon adamantly rejected this. In his view, the national interest required navigating between victory and retreat. Unconditional retreat, in Nixon's view, was the road to spiritual and geopolitical abdication, in other words, a severe impairment of American relevance to international order. Once inaugurated, Nixon discovered practical reasons for rejecting unilateral withdrawal. The Joint Chiefs of Staff estimated that it would take 16 months to prepare for the removal of 500,000 troops and their equipment. Even allowing that the chiefs' estimate was affected by their dislike of the idea altogether, the chaotic experience of removing 5,000 American troops from Afghanistan in 2021 demonstrates the potential disorder of unilateral withdrawal in war conditions. In Vietnam in 1969, American forces of over 150,000 faced at least 800,000 North Vietnamese, and a comparable number of South Vietnamese whose conduct, if they felt betrayed, might range from hostility to panic. Therefore Nixon, as he had said during the campaign, resolved to implement a diplomacy via linkage with the Soviet Union. He pursued this strategy even in the face of a North Vietnamese offensive that began within 3 weeks of Nixon's inauguration, before he had made any major military move, leading to more than 6,000 American fatalities during the first 6 months of his presidency. 27. Nixon sought by a combination of diplomacy and pressure to induce Moscow to cut off its support for Hanoi. My staff produced an exploratory diplomatic plan whereby we would submit the concessions we were prepared to make to the North Vietnamese, possibly via Moscow. Concurrently, they also developed options for military escalation, essentially consisting of a blockade and the resumption of bombing, under the code name Duck Hook ** if our offer were rejected by Moscow, Nixon would seek to impose it by military force. As it happened, the military portions would be largely implemented. 3 years later, in May 1972, in response to Hanoi's all-out Easter offensive, Cyrus Vance, who had negotiated with North Vietnam for the Johnson administration, seemed receptive to the idea of being appointed special negotiator in the event that our proposal gained favor. With Nixon's approval, I put the concept, without details, to Anatoly Dobrynin, the Soviet ambassador to the United States. We never received an answer from Moscow, but in an August 1969 meeting, my first with the North Vietnamese, Deputy Foreign Minister Xuyen Thuy volunteered his awareness of the proposal by rejecting it on the ground that Hanoi would never negotiate through a third party. While the diplomatic track was being considered, Nixon put before the world a comprehensive strategic concept for Southeast Asia on July 25, 1969-28. For the site of his address, he chose the unlikely location of the western Pacific island of Guam during an afternoon stop on an around-the-world trip, shortly after greeting the American astronauts who had just returned from the moon. In a seemingly extemporaneous statement at a press conference, in fact carefully prepared at the White House and refined en route, Nixon presented his Southeast Asia policy as a way of emphasizing American relationships with regional partners. Invoking the dangers posed by Communist China, North Korea, and North Vietnam, Nixon proceeded to argue that the United States must avoid the kind of policy that had made countries in Asia so dependent on us that we are dragged into conflicts such as the one we have in Vietnam. The traveling press inevitably asked for more detail, which Nixon had come prepared to supply. He responded, "I believe that the time has come when the United States, in our relations with all of our Asian friends, should be quite emphatic on 2 points. 1. That we will keep our treaty commitments, but, 2, that as far as the problems of internal security are concerned, as far as the problems of military defense, except for the threat of a major power involving nuclear weapons, that the United States is going to encourage and has the right to expect that this problem will be increasingly handled by, and the responsibility for it taken by, the Asian nations themselves." 29. What came to be known as the Nixon Doctrine contained 3 essential principles. The United States would keep all of its treaty commitments. It would provide a shield if a nuclear power threatened the freedom of a nation allied with us, or of a nation whose survival the United States considered vital to our security and the security of the region as a whole. In cases involving other types of aggression, that is, conventional aggression by non-nuclear powers, the U.S. would furnish military and economic assistance when requested. But it would look to the nation directly threatened to assume the primary responsibility of providing the manpower for its defense. 30. Under Vietnamization, as it came to be called, the U.S. would by the third of these principles provide military equipment and training as well as continued air support to enable Saigon to hold on until it was strong enough to defend itself alone. The purpose of the Nixon Doctrine was to demonstrate American resolve and evoke sufficient South Vietnamese capability to enable Hanoi to agree to a political outcome that would permit the people of South Vietnam to determine their own future. Nixon pledged to keep American commitments to treaty allies, such as South Korea and Thailand, but also to defend other nations in Asia that were threatened by nuclear powers, implicitly China and the Soviet Union. Where he departed from his predecessors was in tying the level of American assistance to the threatened nation's assumption of responsibility for their own defense. An underlying purpose was to reassure countries that had based their survival on faith in America's role that negotiations to end the war in Vietnam would not mark a strategic retreat from Asia*. Meanwhile, a formal negotiation with North Vietnam had been established.